sa mga iba pa naming projects. Again, we'll be beginning briefly, so settle down na po tayo. Thank you po. So tapos na po yung briefly. Magsisimula na po tayo. So good morning po everyone and welcome to the Gemino Abad Seminar Workshop presented by Likhaan UP Institute of Creative Writing here at the University Hotel UP Diliman. I am Ayo Balanon and I will be your host for our 3-day event. So the Gemino Abad Seminar Workshop organized by the Likhaan UP ICW once every 2 years, gathers educators and scholars across the Philippines with the aim of enriching our approaches, tools, and techniques in teaching literature and creative writing. So this iteration of the Gemino Abad Seminar Workshop addresses the rapid shift in teaching practices brought about by the generative AI technologies. Titled Rhythm and Bots, Teaching Lit in Time of AI, Poetry, Prose, and Prompt, this seminar workshop explores both the challenges and creative opportunities artificial intelligence presents for literature and creative writing instruction. A sensing survey revealed that while educators already use tools such as ChatGPT, Canva AI, and Magic School AI, they are also concerned about the over-reliance and diminished student originality. Teachers are seeking responsible frameworks, practical techniques, and ethical guidelines to integrate AI in a way that it enhances and not replace literary learning. This seminar workshop aims to bridge AI literacy and literature pedagogy to equip teachers with critical strategies in an increasingly digitized world. So before we continue, may I request everyone to please rise for the Philippine National Anthem.
Bayang magiliw, bebas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, buyan ka ng magiging, sa manlulupig, kita masisingil, sa lagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mo bangag, may nilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang tinamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y nagumpay na nagtitigil, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pang ay magtitigil. Lupa ng araw ng maraming pagsunta, buhay namin sa likod. Aming ligaya naman may mamagin, at lahat ay nagdahil sa'yo.
Please be seated. So to officially start our program, let us listen to a brief message from the Dean of the UP Diliman College of Arts and Letters, Dr. Jimmuel Naval.
Maraming salamat. Magandang umaga. Magandang umaga. National Artist, Gemino H. Abad. Palakpakan naman natin. No? So, si Sir Jimmy, meron niyang grant sa college namin, yung best thesis, undergrad, graduate, saka PhD. At yun ay regular every year. At nagpapasalamat ang College of Arts and Letters para sa pagbibigay ng pondo sa pinakamahusay, no, na saliksik sa kolehiyo, no. So, ngayon ay October 27. Actually, nagdadalawang isip akong dumalo dito kasi may kasabay ito na napakalupit, no. Alam niyo kung ano. Merong may traditional na trick and treat sa aming kolehiyo, no. Pero kanluranin nito eh, 'di ba? Wala naman tayong Halloween. Di ba? So, pero binago namin to. Nung sinali namin sa Filipino yan, yung panakot penge. No? Kasi nananakot ka, nanghihingi ka. Di ba? So, parang ganun. No? Pero ngayon kasi itinigil, dati, ang ginagamit namin, yung mythical creature na Pinoy, no? So, nag-consult kami kay Alan de Rain, no? Ano-ano ba yung mga iba't ibang mythical creature sa buong Pilipinas. Pero ngayon, sinuspend muna namin dahil yung mga mythical creature ay busy sa Blue Ribbon Committee, no? So, dahil ini-interview sila. Anyway, so sa ngalan ng Kolehiyo ng Arte at Literatura, no, malugod kong binabati ang mga fellow ng Gemino H. Abad Seminar Workshop for Teacher. No? Lahat dito ay teacher. Let passer. So, isinagawa ng likhaan sa loob ng isang taon. Pero ito'y palitan doon sa tawag dito, Palihang Lumbera, no? So, pero alam niyo bang itong seminar workshop na ito ang pinakasuki, pinakamabili at laging inaabangan, no? Mahaba ang pila dito, no? Sabi ko nga, no? Ito yung huli yata sa serye ng palihan ng workshop ng ICW, no? Alam naman natin na may mga nauna pa. At may isa or dalawang gawain pa ang ICW bago isara ito ng Writer's Night. So, imbitado kayong lahat. Ano ba yung date nun? December 10, no? Human Rights Day pa. No? So, yon doon magkikita-kita at kasama kayo doon kasi fellow kayo, no, ng palihan. Lahat ng fellow ng iba't ibang klaseng palihan ng UPICW ay kasama doon, no. Anong sa venue nito? Sa Jimenez ba? Saan? Jimenez Gallery pa rin. Yun naman pala eh. No, pina-reserve na ba yan? No? So, laging inaabangan. Yon. So, ano pa ba? No? So, actually, wala akong binabasa rito. AI ito eh. ChatGPT. Nagpapanggap lang ako. No? Sa huling 2 buwan, nabigla tayo sa maraming issue at problema na ating kinakaharap tulad ng korupsyon, lindol, bagyo, at kabi-kabilang protesta sa iba-ibang balitang minamanufacture ng social media, hindi ba? Hindi natin malaman kung totoo or hindi, no? So hanggang kahapon, nag-viral ang pelikulang Quezon. Napanood yun na ba yun? At ang akwital ng isang, ano ba tawag dito? Bicentennial man, no? Na si Enrile. So bicentennial man na siya ngayon. Napanood nyo ba yung bicentennial na movie? No? Na senador sa kasong plunder. No? Ano ba nangyari? And then, of course, recently lang or nung isang araw, bumulusok din ang mga salitang compassion, courage, at little extra kindness. No? Dahil sa pagkamatay ng isang batang vlogger, no? Sangkot dito marahil, no, ang mga taong dun sa binagin ko kanina, sangkot ang mga tao mula sa panahon ng greatest generation hanggang sa alpha gen, no, kung titingnan natin. Yung greatest generation si Quezon yun at si Enrile, no? Sabay sila. Bagamat na 1878 si Quezon, no, si Enrile 1924. Oy, 102 na siya, no? Every year daw another 100,000 eh, no? So parang ganon. So, yun, so hanggang AlphaJet at nakarating sa ating kamalayan, no, sa tulong ng ChatGPT, ng Gen AI, no? Kahapon tinanong ako nung pamangkin ko na nag-aaral sa Pisay. So tinanong niya, no, ito dapat masagot nyo, no? Bipolar ba daw ang AI or ang ChatGPT? No, or ano ba ang gender nito? No, kasi kung kino-consider nating tao 'yan, no? So baka pwede, no? So uso na yung bipolar ngayon na nasa social media at nanganganak siya ng iba't ibang pangyayari, kaganapan. Minsan hindi natin gusto. So sa paksa nyo ngayon, no, teaching literature in time of AI, poetry, prose, and prompt, baka pwedeng talakayin yan. So ano bang mangyayari? Ano ba ang dulo nito? no? So, babalik ba tayo sa katutubo? No? Sinasabi kasi ang dulo ng high technology ay pagbalik sa katutubo or nativism, no? Dati nagkukutsara tayo, no? Biglang nagkamayan tayo, no? 'Di ba? 'Yun yung simula talaga na before, or tumatawag ka sa telepono, nakikita mo ang kausap mo, no? So, tas nag-hologram. Pero ang pinaka-high-tech actually face to face no? Nahahawakan mo yung kausap mo. Kaya small time yung tinatawagan mo Sabihin, lagit-lagi, no? So, pag bumalik sa nativism, itong mga konseptong ito, ano na tayo? At kamusta naman ang mga sinusulat nyo? Kamusta ang panitikan? At iba pa. So, binabati ko kayo dahil nakarating kayo rito. Alam kong marami pa yatang nakapila at swerte nyo, no? Kayo ang nakapasok dito. Dahil sa susunod, pwedeng kayo na ang naandito kung nasa UP na kayo at kayo ay magiging fellow at iba pa. Dahil magpapalit na rin tayo in 20 years, in 30 years ng mga tao. At kayo yung nakikita naming haharap dito. At makikipag-usap sa ibang klaseng mga tao rin, no, sa susunod. Siguro, iba na yon, hindi na AI. No? Hindi ko alam kung anong susunod. So, kaya abangan na lang natin. So, hanggang Miyerkules kayo, wala ba kayong trick or treat din? Wala. Hindi nyo aabutan ng Halloween. Wala naman tayong Halloween, pero dapat alalahanin natin at bigyang pansin ang mga naunang nagdulot ng kabutihan, katarungan para sa bayan. So magandang umaga, good morning.
Good morning po, sir. Okay po. So, tayo po ay magi-games, charing. So, salamat po, Sir Jimmuel. Tama nga po si Dean, no? Sa pagtingin natin forward at mula pa rin sa mga Gen Alpha at Gen Z ngayon, tinatanong na tayo kung ano yung mga magiging next steps natin. At very exciting dahil maraming opportunities ngayon na lumalabas. Pero kailangan din natin mag-ingat, hence ang ating seminar workshop today. At sa mga pagbabago ng mga bagay-bagay, sana by the time na dumating to ay, una, sana may nakulong na. Pangalawa, sana naka-adjust na din tayo at magamit natin to our convenience without sacrificing yung authenticity at originality ng mga works na nilalabas natin. At para sa mga estudyante din natin. So, galing din kay, salamat muli, Dean. Ngayon naman ay magtatanggap tayo ng isang open message mula sa isang writer, educator, at esteemed namesake ng ating seminar workshop, National Artist of the Philippines for Literature, Professor Emeritus Gemino H. Abad.
I have a very short speech, only 2 pages. Yeah, it's my own meditation maybe, on reality and human nature. In our science chaos theory, reality is one whole, universe. Uni, unum, one, and versus vertere, to change, to evolve. That is universe. All nature, including humanity, is an evolving, ever-changing nature. So, we are immersed in reality, in mystery. From Greek mysterion, mystage, meaning initiate. The day one is born, one is initiated into mystery. we never cease to wonder and observe, ask and examine, evaluate, judge, and believe. Our reality, what we call our world, is evermore only a human reality. Only our sense of consciousness, of what is there, what is real, what is true, what is right, what is just. We have no access to any consciousness other than our own. A cat's sense or awareness of reality is its own. The living of it, we can only imagine it as in fantasy. Our own individual consciousness is also called our psyche, our mind, thought, and heart, feeling. In Greek, psyche means breath, principle of life, life, soul. Thus, our so-called world is not so much this valley of tears as, says the poet John Keats, the veil of soul making. One's self-image as his own honest self-knowledge at a given time may be said to be a creative linguistic construct that doesn't make that inner self or soul any less real or true. In that light, we create ourselves, our psyche, as our self-knowledge grows. Humanity has in fact validated the gospel truth that the human being was created in the image and likeness of God. From the very beginning, humanity created its own world, on planet Earth, from tribes to empires, from free, independent countries with their own culture to the UN, the United Nations, exemplar of a future humanity as one community. René Descartes asserts in his work Cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. We think, absolute proof we exist, have our own nature, but we think with words, verbal language, our imagination's finest invention, by which the imagination makes real to the mind what the mind apprehends. Thus, we are all our words. The word is our way, our truth, our life. Without the word, we would have no memory, no history, no culture, no civilization. Our words translate our sense of reality, what parts of it we grasp or comprehend. Therefore, our words endow our intuitions, thoughts, feelings with a material, apprehensible form that enables us to communicate what we mean, what we think is real, is true, what we suppose, discern, believe in faith. Thus, the word is our way, our truth, our life. Without the word, we would have no memory, no history, no culture, no civilization. The human species, I think we are human species, no? The human species is the only being on earth that seeks truth in knowledge. Truth seeking is our essence or nature as human. Only truth satisfies and fulfills our nature. Every person has sole responsibility for and answers to his being. Only the truth underwrites and ensures humanity's destiny. Everyone wants to live a meaningful life. That most personal aspiration would certainly depend at any given time on one's own perception of his reality, his own sense of values, even granted he has to some extent been formed or determined by his own environment. A meaningful life may well be one of honor, excellence, and service. All three words are concepts, ideals, but they are in fact the University of the Philippines motto or guiding principle. A strong sense of honor in one's life, excellence as doing one's best in any undertaking in one's own calling or profession, and service to one's fellow men in one's own country. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Sir Jimmy. Napakagandang message na pagbabalik sa ating humanity at ang ating pagkakaroon ng psyche, reminding us na we create our worlds through our words. At yung mga bagay na yun, kasama ng AI ngayon, kung iti-take natin siya into consideration, kasama pa rin siya sa ating pagpaprompt. Ngunit kung babalik tayo nga sa ating pagkatao or sa ating humanity, maaalala natin na tayo ang nagpa-prompt sa AI at ang mundo natin ay hindi dapat ma-prompt ng AI. Ito ay tool natin at yun ang ating sasaliksikin para sa ating workshop ngayon. So maraming salamat po, Sir Jimmy. At ngayon, may I call on the current Director of Likhaan UP Institute of Creative Writing, Dr. Vladimeir Gonzales, para sa kanyang opening message.
Salamat ayo. Good morning po sa inyo lahat. Paumanin po, medyo may sipon kaya maririnig na naman nung live view. Missing hot po ako. So sana po kayo ay nag-vitamins. Si Vlad Gonzales po from ICW. Welcome po muna sa lahat. Sana okay naman ang biyahe ninyo. Sana naman ay magandang, si Ma'am She. Hello po, Mami She. May kakwento ko to sa Lab Fest dapat pero isasama na kita kasi nakita kita ngayon. Ko po. Likhaan UP Institute of Creative Writing po at sana ay yung una po ay basta sana ligtas kayo nakarating, happy naman, wala masyadong inisip sa labas. Muli po maligayang pagdating sa Gemino Abad Seminar Workshop for Teachers. Minsan ang tawag po dito ay Gemino Abad Seminar Workshop for Teaching Creative Writing. Yung idea lang I guess ay syempre welcome na welcome ang teachers. Pero kung meron pong interesado dun sa mga topic namin, pinapapasok din namin. So, kahit student siya o practitioner. So, minsan binubukas natin siya. Pero primarily po, parang educators po yung narito lahat. Nakapangalan po ito sa mga tagapayan ng Likhaan. Si Sir Jimmy po ito. Ang pambansang alagad sa sining para sa panitikan. Si University Professor Gemino H. Abad. At isa po ito sa mga proyekto sa ilalim ng Literature for Social Development Program na sumusunod naman sa mandato ng UP-ICW na patungkol sa pagiging extension unit nito. So hindi po kami nagtuturo talaga ng creative writing classes na formal, mas lumalabas talaga sa opisina at hanggang kaya ay maabot yung pinakamaraming tao. Kaya po ang composition ninyo, yung target talaga ideally ay lahat ng rehiyon ay represented. For the most part po ay na-meet naman natin to kasi imbis na paloob nga po, puro palabas sa ANA. Ganun ang design ng ICW since 1978 po. Tapos, kasama sa pagiging extension unit ang pag-alok ng platforms or mga plataforma para sa mga minsang masalimuot pero lagi makabulang usapang may kaugnayan sa malikaing pagsulat, panitikan at lipunan. Though minsan sa mid-year planning po namin ang mga masalimuot pero makabulang usapan ay mas mahal mo o mas mahal ka. So minsan kaya naman namin yon pero sa ngayon po AI po yung ating topic kasi nga syempre masalimuot din naman yon. Papunta po doon syempre sa pagpapalawak ng mga itatampok na tinig sa bawat dialogong nabubuo. So difficult discussions about literature, creative writing and society na hanggang maaari isama sa usapan ang pinakamaraming tao na posible, hindi lamang po limited na mga grupo. At gaya nung nabanggit sa ating publicity materials, ang tema natin ngayon ay Rhythm and Bots, Teaching Lit in the Time of AI, Poetry, Prose, and Prompt, kung saan susubukang ilapat ang direksyon ng malaya, accessible, mapagpalayang sining at panitikan sa panahon ng artificial intelligence. Batid nating maraming marapat pag-usapan, i-unpack at timbangin sa lente ng edukasyon, pangangasiwa at paglikha. Sharing lang po sa aming kolehiyo halimbawa, nitong 1 linggo lamang na pag-uusapan ang pagbuo ng mga polisiya sa AI. Ito'y hakbang mula sa tila mandato ng UP system na makisabay sa panahon kaugnay sa AI. Bagaman sa usapin ng saklaw, latag at pagbabalangkas ay wala namang malinaw pang naitakda kaugnay nito. So in terms of kung clear directions, saan papunta, wala pa. Pag nagtatanong kami, at alam ito ni Dean Jimmuel, parang mas kapakapa lang kung ano yung alam natin. So in a way, parang doon din po nagmumula yung pagkalito sa kakaguluhan kasi parang free for all, pero kung free for all, walang anchor, medyo challenging lang maghain ng usapan. Naging lantad ang ganitong puwang o gap sa aming talakayan sakal, kaya naibukas agad ang sumusunod na tanong at komento para lang po maging mas structured yung discussion sana. Unang concern ay, syempre, paano bibigyan ng definition ng AI at ano ang mga particular na definisyong umaangkop sa mga gawain ng guro at manilikha sa panitikan. Ilan po sa nasabi ay maaaring himayin ng AI in general bilang pangkalahatang phenomenon. Nabanggit din syempre ang generative AI at tatumbok naman bilang parang subset ang LLM or large language model na baka doon pwedeng pumunta ang maraming discussion. Though again, hindi pa po na-set. Habang matingkad ang mga tanong tungkol sa acceptable at non-acceptable use para sa guro at mag-aaral kaugnay sa AI, at least doon sa discussion yon, manipis pa ang mga tanong na nakabalangkas para sa mga kawani o non-teaching staff. So puro teaching students, tools for teachers, pero wala masyado for admin workers. Kahit na itong mga kasamang sa trabahong ito ay gumagawa ng mga caption, justification letter, at iba pang automated tasks na maaaring may intervention din ng AI. Habang pinipino ito mga polisiya papunta sa AI-related literary content, baka may puwang pa sa pag-uugnay nito sa pangkalahatang intensyon ng UP sa liberal na edukasyong naglilingkod sa sambayanan. Halimbawa po, ang mga natatalakay na sa ibang mga institusyon, sa ibang institusyon ay natatalakay na yung possible downsizing ng mga tao dahil sa maraming na ng task ang mapupunan ng AI. Minsan nauusapan din yung paghahanap ng kaluluwa. At ito na yung aking Love Fest kwento. Kasi sinatin dito po yung yung isa sa mga gusto ko sana ma-revisited sa Love Fest, yung Ang Bata Kag Ilaga. So si Shirley and Carlo ay nandiyan sa likod. May puppet po yon sa play na yon. Yung second na gusto ko sana yung problema sa Tolly, pero may mga nauna pang play bago yon. So ito muna kay Shirley yan. So may gamit po ng puppet doon, tapos sinasabi kapag nagpa-puppet ka, may salin kaluluwa. So ang usual na tinatanong sa AI, una po ay merong term na ginagamit, slap. So AI slap. Kasi nga parang bukod sa marami silang reklamo sa kinis, ganda, kabuluhan, yung kaluluwa daw nawawala minsan kapag gumagamit ng AI. So syempre, baka yun po isang bagay interesado tayong i-explore or pag-usapan. Pero okay naman yung polar coordinates, Ma'am Che. Ayun po kasi yung ma-release next year. Okay din po yan. Tapos, isa pa po syempre, siguro marami pa ibang usapin, pero ang mandato talaga ng ICW ay hindi naman kami lahat ang sasagot ng mga tanong na yon. Syempre, kinikilala namin na may mga expertise yung mga guro, pero mas mandato namin na kung hindi namin kayang sagutin, kahanap kami ng sasagot para sa inyo, sa aming mga benepisyaryo. At ito pa yung ginagawa natin. Kaya nagpapasalamat tayo sa mga ekspertong nagpapalabas ng mga pinakamahalagang usapan at posibleng tunguhin sa napakahalagang usaping ito. So sa puntong ito, pasasalamat po. Siyempre, wala pa dito pa si Sir Carlo Javier, Sarge La Cuesta, May Padilla, Cristina Inaldo, si Sir Philip Peckson po ay narito na sa likod. Salamat po, Sir. Nasa kaliwa po natin si Sir Mark Adrian Ho, Sana dumating si Sir Ramon Guillermo on time. Pero siya lang po yung representative namin sa ICW na sana ay papunta na ngayon. So maraming salamat po. Ito po iba't ibang mga tao na may iba't ibang karanasan, perspective, at mga mungkahing pagtanaw kaugnay sa AI. At maganda po kasi na ma-flesh out natin kung saan kayo nakatindig, ano yung mga posibleng lugar para mabuksan pa, ano yung mga counterpoint sa mga puntong ilalatag ninyo, para lahat tayo ay mas matalino, mas malawak, mas komplikado pero makabuluhan pagkatapos ng ilang araw dito. Siyempre, nagpapasalamat tayo sa opisina ng Chancellor, kay Chancellor Edgardo Vistan. Maraming salamat po, Sir Dean Jimmuel Naval sa palagi ang suporta ng Kolehiyo ng Arte at Literatura. Salamat po sa mga kasama sa UP Hotel. At sa graduation po, masahabaan ko, pero siyempre nagpapasalamat tayo sa aming project staff. Ang aming admin officer na nangangasiwa sa lahat ay si Sir Ronnie Amuyot. Nasa likod po si Deputy Director Alexandro Nepomuceno. Ang main project assistant or project assistant head namin si Cyril Noronia. At yung mga taong usually kumakausap sa inyo for this activity ay si Miss Lexi Bartolome na lumabas sa pinto. Saka po si Rona de la Peña. So, konting palakpakan din po muna. Habang sumisinghot po. At syempre, nagpapasalamat po tayo sa inyo sa mga bago. Though si Ma'am AC ay bagong hindi kasama sa Iloilo yan. Hi Ma'am AC. Sa mga nagbabalik, gaya na Sir Christian na nasa likod. So, salamat po sa pagtangkilik. Nakakatuwa yan kapag may bumabalik-balik, ibig sabihin may nagagawa kaming mabuti. At sana po, syempre sa mga bago, welcome. Sana po ma-enjoy ninyo yung activity. And share lang po ng share dun sa mga gagawin. May request po kami mamaya. Bilang siguro, munting hiling para mapagpatuloy. Bago yun, syempre, dahil sa presensya ninyo, ayun nga po, nandito tayo, nananatiling buhay ang mga proyekto ng UP Likhaan. Speaking of, ito na po yung request. Para sa patuloy na pagiging buhay ng programang Literature for Social Development, sana'y makatulong ninyo kami sa pagpapalaganap una ng PubMats. So kung meron po kami lumalabas ngayon within the next 3 days, pakishare lang po. Siyempre, sana mag-upload din kayo ng inyong mga sariling kwento tungkol sa ating gawain. Hindi ko na alam kung may hashtag tayo for this round. So, check ko na lang po later. Wala raw. So, fire natin po yung Sockman team natin. Pinarbig lang. Tapos, meron pong pagkakataon na yung pag super bibo kayo, papansin namin, ito masyadong bibo to, interviewin mo. So, sana po pumayag kayo kapag may request na kumusta yung palangkaw po natin dyan, no? May palangkaw na tayo dyan. So baka pwedeng kausapin yan at sabihin nyo, saya naman, ganda namin ko natutunan, sana po magtuloy-tuloy pa to. Chancellor, titingin sa camera, Chancellor, sana po sa musunod na taon, tuloy-tuloy pa. Mga ganun po. So, hintay lang po kayo at sasabihan naman po kayo na maaga para makapagpulbos-pulbos pa or something. So, sana po maganda yung sasabihin ninyo. Lalo po din syempre dun sa may feedback form po tayo na official, so sana po ay mapunan nyo po ito ng mga magandang bagay kung okay lang naman sa inyo. Pero bukod doon, syempre sa dulo, yun nga po, mag-enjoy, makilahok sa talakayan. Safe space po ito, so may mga sagutan o kung ano man, pero mas nasa benepisyo ba ng mapatingkal kung ano yung mga mahalagang usapan. At wag nyo isipin na hindi kayo pahihintulutan o papakulong kayo para sa sa mga masasabi ninyo. Speaking of mga kulong, sana po yun sa flood control project na may something. Pero yun, hoping na lang po tayo. Anyway po, yung participation ninyo ang magagawa natin para maging sincero at ganap yung mandato ng likhaan. At tayo ay maging makabuluhang benepisyaryo ng mga buwis ng taong bayan. Taxpayers money po rin itong ginagamit natin dito. At yung patunay na nagtagumpay ito ay, una ay siyempre nalubos ninyo yung activity na ibahagi ninyo at siyempre yung echoing nga sa mga teachers sa inyong mga kanya-kanyang community. Kinat na ni Ay. Ba't mo naman kinat yung mic natin? Pero dapat po magjo-joke ako na generator to ng AI pero nagawa na ni Dean. Kaya po sa ngayon po ay maraming salamat po at magandang araw sa ating lahat.
Thank you po, Sir Vlad. Plug ko din po sa Virgin Lab Fest po, designer ako, na revisit po yung isang play ko. So kung manonood po kayo, Presidential Suite number 2 po yun. Anyways, kalimutan ko tuloy yung iba ko pangalip. So, bilang sa mga mas mainit na balita, natupad po ang wish ni Sir Vlad. Nandito na po si Sir Bomen. Magkatabi na po sila. At tungkol naman sa ating hashtag, meron na po tayong official hashtag. Mainit lang po. Hashtag GASWT 2025 po tayo. Again, matatagpuan po ang aming social media accounts sa Facebook, sa Likhaan UP Institute of Creative Writing. Sa Instagram naman ay likhaan.upd.icw at panitikanph sa TikTok. Okay po. So ngayon, to formally launch our activities for this 3-day event, we'd like to call on the director of the Gemino Abad Seminar Workshop, Sir Charlson Ong, to brief us on our house rules and regulations. So Charlson Ong has published 4 collections of short fiction and 5 novels. His works include An Embarrassment of Riches, Banyaga, A Song of War, and his 2024 short story compilation, Sojourner, Settler, Seer. He has won the Carlos Palanca Memorial Awards for Short Story in English and the PH National Book Award for both short fiction and the novel. He has also won a Philippine Academy of Motion Picture Awards, or FAMAS, award for Best Adapted Screenplay for Tanabata's Wife that he wrote, co-produced, and co-directed. He is a board member of the Philippine chapter of PEN International. Again, Sir Charlson Ong.
Good morning. Papel yung hawak ko, so you know, the generation. Paper generation. Mas magaan eh. So, thank you for being here at, congratulations. No? More than 150 ang nag-apply. So, you're around 50. Which means, this is, sala ito. And then we try to be as representative as possible. So we have people across the country. And of course, binigyan ng konting affirmative action yung mga galing sa lugar na we feel mas limited access, no, sa mga ganitong klaseng discussion. So I hope you make the best, no, of the time here to learn from each other. No? Hindi lang naman kami ang magtuturo. No? We are here to discuss issues and kumbaga the best practices, what's going on, no, in many parts of our country. Alam naman natin na yung teknolohiya ay uusbong, magpapatuloy sa ayaw sa gusto natin. Baka bukas makalawa tayo na yung pinag-uusapan ng AI. No? Ano bang gagawin natin sa mga taong ito? No? Walang silbi. So let's make the best of it. No? Now there are some things that I have to announce. No? So yung dress code, smart, casual, no? Walang shorts. Ganun lang. Tapos the lectures will be 1 hour, no? Each. So more or less mga 45 minutes, tapos 15 minutes ang Q&A. No? Although flexible naman yan. Dun sa workshop, the panelists, ang format is 1 hour and 30 minutes, no, for each workshop panelist. More or less, 30 minutes yung lecture and then may 15 minutes na Q&A. Tapos 45 minutes ang workshop activity. No? Ito na yung hands-on na activity. Dun sa roundtable, may 30 to 45 minutes. No? Ito yung roundtable discussions, no? With the moderator. And of course, may timekeeper. No? Everything will be, kailangan may timekeeper. Alam natin, otherwise, some people will go on and on. Okay, so the workshop is a safe space. And the UPICW maintains its activities as safe spaces against all types of discrimination towards any gender, sex, religion, class, ethnicity, and race. All workshop participants are expected to uphold the principle of non-discrimination and acceptable standards of ethical conduct throughout the duration of the seminar. There's a grievance process. Participants are encouraged to immediately report any instances of ethical or sexual misconduct within the workshop duration to the workshop director or coordinator. While this does not preclude legal options of redress, an investigation will be initiated to decide upon any appropriate action to be taken. Depending on the degree of offense, the offending party may incur formal reprimand or outright dismissal from the workshop. All lectures will be made available on the Likaan Facebook page as a requirement of the workshop. As one of the UPICW's flagship projects in its Literature for Social Development program, the Fort Salim Panitik is also designed to be uploaded for public access to official workshop blog and our online platforms. And all of you who complete the 3-day workshop will be granted a certificate of participation. And 2 participants are requested to share a testimony during the graduation ceremony on Wednesday. So I don't know how you will decide among yourselves. Maybe we'll draw lots. Okay, so thank you and have a nice seminar. Okay.
Thank you, Sir Charlson. Mukhang tapos na po tayo sa ating lahat ng messages. So simulan na po natin to para madami na po tayong ma-learn, ganyan. Char. Okay. So yun po. So again, ang Gemino Abad seminar workshop ay for teachers at syempre magbibigay ang ICW ng ating mga keynote speakers to inform us on ano ba yung situations ngayon. But in return, bilang participation din, dahil lahat naman tayo dito ay teachers, ay magiging sobrang helpful ang inyong mga katanungan para mas lalo pa nating mapalalim yung diskurso natin sa, specifically sa AI para sa pagtuturo ng panitikan ngayon. Okay, so para simulan ng ating seminar workshop, our first speaker for today, here to deliver his talk na ang algoritmo bilang iteratibong naratibo, is Dr. Ramon Guillermo. Taray, may pala sa catch. Ramon Guillermo is the director of the Center for International Studies at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. He is the author of the computer-themed computational novel Makina ni Mang Turing, published with UP Press on 2013, and an early practitioner of digital humanities. He is a proponent of the development of Philippine studies as an autonomous academic communication community. He has served as a faculty regent of the University of the Philippines and is one of the initiators of the Network in Defense of Historical Truth and Academic Freedom. Again, Dr. Ramon Guillermo.
Maraming salamat, no? At magandang umaga sa ating lahat. Nakakatuwa na napakarami pala ng ating mga participants ngayong umaga. Magandang umaga, no, sa ating director din na si Charlson. At syempre sa lahat ng mga panuuhin na nandito ngayon. At ikinagagala ko rin na kumbaga magsimula ng ating talakayan ngayong araw at hanggang sa susunod pa na araw. So ang gusto kong talakayin ay yung partikular na karanasan ko, kaugnay ng tinatawag nating literatura o yung pagtatagpo ng literatura sa computation o sa computational na mga bagay-bagay, may kinalaman sa mga computers, at iba pa. Hindi tuwirang may kinalaman sa AI sa kasalukuyang pakahulugan. Gayunpaman, kung nilalaman natin ang unang mga representasyon ng AI, siguro sa popular na imahinasyon, ay ang paglalaro ng mga laro. Yun ang isa sa mga pinakaunang representasyon ng AI. Hindi pa yung AI na nakapagsasalita, nakapagdidiskurso sa'yo, pero yung mga dating mga tinatawag na mechanical, na mga robot, na kalaban natin, halimbawa sa paglalaro ng chess. Di ba? Ito ang ilan sa mga pinakamatanda, kahit sa usapin ng mga kabias ng Europeo, Arabe, yung ideya na na may makina na kayang maglaro ng isang laro o isang komplikadong laro tulad ng chess ay isang parang unang pagtanaw sa posibilidad ng artificial intelligence. So ito yung gusto kong tingnan natin. Ngayon, alam din naman natin na rumurok, kumbaga ang sinasabi nating man-machine challenge or competition, noong 1997, nung kinalaban ni Garry Kasparov, yung world champion sa chess, si Deep Blue, siyempre nag-rematch yun, no? Noong unang match ay medyo natalo si Deep Blue, yung IBM machine o supercomputer na tinrain nila para lumaban sa chess. Pero doon sa ikalawang paglaban ni Kasparov at nung Deep Blue, supercomputer yan, hindi yan ordinaryong computer, ay hindi na manalo-nalo si Kasparov. At yun ang kasalukuyang kalagayan ngayon. Ang mga taong pinakamagaling maglaro ng chess ay may hirapan na manalo sa mga makina na talagang sa chess na yun talaga ang kanilang kakayahan. O kahit pa hindi yun yung kanilang kakayahan, kahit pa mas universal ang kakayahan ng makina, ay napakahirap ng kalabanin ng ordinaryong tao ang ganyang machine. So 1997, lumikha ng malaking shockwaves ang pagkatalo ni Kasparov. Ibig sabihin, sa kompetisyon ng tao at ng makina, sa usapin ng talino, intelihensya, ay tila nalalampasan na ang pinaka magagaling ng mga tao sa usapin ng ganyang napaka-komplikado rin na operasyon o kognitibong mga operasyon katulad ng chess. So hindi ko naman sinasadya na maging parang self-promotion ito, pero parang may kinalaman ito sa sarili kong naging proyekto dati sa pagsusulat. Ito nga yung nobelang Makina ni Mang Turing. Dahil ito ay tungkol sa sungka. At tungkol ito sa mga AI na kalaban sa sungka noong 2013. Ibig sabihin, makina laban sa tao sa paglalaro ng sungka. At hindi lang yon ang tema nitong libro na to, ng nobela na ito. Ang tema niya ay kaya, kumbaga, dito sa kompetisyon ng tao at makina, kaya pa bang manaig ng tao? At mismo sa paglikha ng nobela na ito, ito ay isang computer-aided novel. Ibig sabihin, kahit sa paggawa niya, half human, half machine ang gumawa ng nobelang ito. Hindi ito pure human. Ibig sabihin, ito yung nakikita nating posibilidad sa hinaharap na yung ating pampanitikang bagay na nilikha ay hindi na lamang purong tao. Siyempre, hindi purong makina, kundi nasa interface ng makina at tao ang pwedeng malikha sa panitikan. So ito yung kanyang naging proyekto. Ito yung kanyang katangian. Siya ay isang hybrid human-machine novel. Although siguro hindi pa ito masyadong naisipan noon nung mismong ginagawa ang nobelang ito. So ipapaliwanag ko yung paano ito naging hybrid human-machine novel at yung mga pamamaraan na ginamit. So, hindi kinakailangang nabasa nyo ito o hindi kinakailangang bumili kayo nito. Pinapaliwanag ko na lang kung ano yung naging balangkas yung ng nobela. At yung pangunahing tanong din ay sa simula nung iniisip ko ito, kaya ba natin gumawa ng machine na mananalo every time sa sungka? Every time matatalo tayo sa sungka. Yun yung initial question na gusto kong sagutin sa pamamagitan ng eksperimentasyon. So, pumunta lang ako rito dahil nitong taon, ay napadaan ako sa Museum Dunya Melayu sa Kuala Lumpur. Ito ang museum ng Malay World sa Kuala Lumpur. At doon, sa pagkakaalam siyempre ng mga Malaysian, sila ay yung sentro ng tinatawag na Malay na daigdig o Dunya Melayu. At ang pinakatampok na laro sa dunya malayo sa imahinasyon ng Malaysia ay ang sungkaan, ay ang sungka. Kumbaga, ito yung para pambansang laro ng Malaysia. Nasa likod pa ng pera nila yan dati itong sungkaan. Ngayon tingnan niyo itong tingnan niyo itong mga sungkaan sa Malaysia. Halimbawa, itong nasa kaliwa, nasa ibaba, alam ko medyo malayo, pero kung bibilangin niyo yung mga butas, yung mga maliit na bahay, dito sa lower left, ilan yung maliit na bahay doon? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tama ba yun? Sa sungkaan? Di ba, pito yung sa atin, di ba? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yung nandun ay 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yun yung nasa lower right, yun yung parang sa atin, 7. Yung nasa itaas, ay 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 ba yun nandun? Nasa 7 din. Sorry, okay. Lipat tayo sa next. Next, next. Sorry, ako pala yung Sorry. Kala ko AI yung may control. Ayan, so ito ay iba pang mga version na nasa museum nila. Ito, tingnan nyo itong nasa lower right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, Ayan, 1, 2, 3. So makita natin, itong mga sungkaan, iba-iba rin At hindi lang ito sa Malaysia, sa Indonesia rin. Napakaraming mga sungkaan din. At siyempre, ang isang katangian ng sungkaan ay ito isang mathematical na laro. May batayang pang-matematika. Kaya nga ito ay kinahiligang pag-aralan din ng ating tinatawag na mga ethno-mathematician. If there's such a thing. Ethno-mathematician, pinag-aaralan yung presensya ng matematika sa mga kaalamang bayan. Diba? Tapos tingnan nyo dito, na medyo mahirap, pero meron ba ditong, wala ditong light. Ayun, may light. Ito ay 1, 2, mahirap bilangin, pero mapapasin nyo yan ay 9. May nakikita, may nakabilang, galing ng mata na yun. 9 na butas ng sungkaan. So makita nyo, may maraming variation yan. At hindi lang yan sa Malaysia, sa Indonesia maraming mga variation. Pero yung nangyari sa Pilipinas, isa lang yung meron tayo. Yung 7. Di ba? Yung 7 na sungka. Ngayon, ang iba't ibang mga variation na yan, may implikasyon siyempre sa math, sa likod ng paglalaro ng sungka. Di ba? Kung siyam yan, iba yung mga prinsipyo ng paglalaro. 7, 5, etc. So, ito yung parang isang interesting, may pangkasaysayang lalim, ang sungkaan dito sa ating bahagi ng daigdig. Alam ko, marami ng kabataan ngayon na hindi nalalaman itong paglalaro ng sungka. So ito yung nobela na ito, ang Makina ni Mang Turing. At kaya nga marami na din nakakaalam sa likuran ng nobela, imbis na blurb ang nakalagay, ay instructions kung paano maglaro ng sungka. Dahil marami na mga kabataan na hindi marunong maglaro. So yung kanyang likuran, maikling alituntunin sa paglalaro ng sungka sa dulo. Para kahit paano ma-refresh yung ating alaala kung paano laruin ang laro na ito. Yan. Ngayon, napakaganda nitong cover na ito. Ito'y gawa ni Erickson Acosta na pinatay ng counterinsurgency At ito'y may representasyon ng sungkaan na buhaya. At makita niyo yan. So buhaya yung sungka. Hindi ko lang alam kung bakit sa paglalarawan sa mga sungkaan ay maraming mga buhaya na mga sungka. Hindi ko alam bakit. Meron bang association ang mga buhaya sa kalkulasyon o something, Hindi ko alam sa pagkatuso, siguro, sa pagtalino, Siguro may ganong klaseng asosasyon ang mga buhaya dito. Pero maraming mga magaganda na mga sungkaan na buhaya yung kanyang itsura. Ito'y Pinoy, Pinoy na nakita ito na buhayang sungkaan. At ito'y real, It's not an invention. This is actually a picture of that sungkaan, Ngayon, wala akong dalang sungkaan ngayon. Wala akong dala, ano? Dahil kinonfiscate sa airport ang aking sungkaan dati, ano? Yung maganda kong sungkaan. Pwede raw kasing deadly weapon. Hindi ko alam bakit. No, kasi hindi ko din nilagay na sa aking check-in baggage. No? Dala ko na sa aking bag. No? Kinonfiscate tuloy sa Davao yung aking sungkaan. I don't know why. No? I mean, supposedly it's a deadly weapon. Galit na galit nga yung mga kasama kong mga pasahero eh. No? No, na kinonfiscate yung sungkaan ko. No? So wala akong dalang sungkaan ngayon dahil ang turing pala dyan ay deadly weapon. No? Pwede ipukpuk siguro sa mga tao ang sungkaan. So, next, no? Ito, no? So, makapapansin natin, pag binuksan natin yung nobela, yung mga pahina tulad nito, no? Ayan, no? May mga pahina ng ganyan, no? Ayan, no? So, sorry. Ayan, anyway, naku, back. Ayan. Okay, so, ito, mapapansin nyo, pag medyo siguro intriguing, no? Once you open the book, no? You see these kinds of things. Now, you don't actually see generally, no, in most literary work, no? Ngayon. So ito ay instructions sa paglalaro ng games, no? Kumbaga, instructions sa kung paano mananalo sa sungka. Kasi yung bida na Pilipino, 19th century ang setting nito, Pilipino ang bida, meron siya na-encounter na Indonesian sungka master, no? Sa Germany actually, sa Germany. Hindi sa Frankfurt, sa Germany lang. Tapos may encounter siyang Indonesian na sungka master, tapos meron silang pagtutuos, ano? At yung Indonesian, sa Indonesia ang tawag doon ay dakon, ano? Sa Malaysia, chongkak or chongklak ang tawag sa sungka. So na-encounter na ito, sabi nila meron silang yung master na yan, kailangan ko matalo. Ano? Kaya meron siyang dinedesign na mga computerized, well, there's a long story behind that, may machine that can generate ang mga ito. Ang kanyang project ay, kailangan ko matalo yan at gagawa ako ng mga rules, mga technique para matalo siya. At gagawa ako ng kumbaga computer program, may output na ipapakita niyo sa akin ng winning moves ng sungka. Winning moves, ano? Now, these are winning moves that are really winning moves. Ano? At may instructions how to use it in the book. Ano? They're generated by computer. Ano? Itong mga, papaliwanag ko mamaya kung paano ito na-generate. Pero ang ito ay hindi invento lang, no? O mano na ginawa, kundi computer-generated winning moves in sungkaan, no? Ngayon, merong, of course, yung first winning move dito sa libro, alam niya may isang rule kasi ang sungkaan sa Pilipinas. Ang sungka sa Pilipinas nawala sa ibang mga bansa. Yung ating rule, kasi maraming rules ng sungka. Ang ating rule na wala sa Malaysia at wala sa Indonesia ay yung unang pagkilos ay sabay. 'Di ba? Yung unang pagkilos ay sabay. Iyon kumbaga ang randomization, initial randomization ng board. Ano? Initial randomization. Sa machines, meron yang kumbaga may seed randomizer. Kumbaga, nagsisimula ka na mag-randomize, maglabas ng random numbers ang machine. Ngayon, sa atin, sabay tayo dumudukot. For what reason? No? Dahil alam natin, kapag ako yung unang dumukot, mananalo na ako. Ano? So, ang unang pinapakita dito, kung kalaban mo yung Indonesian, na wala sila nung sabay bunot rule. Kaya mo siyang matalo kung ikaw yung unang mapapadukot, no? So this move allows you to put already, kung di ko nagkakamali, 50 pieces into your big house. Di ba, malaking bahay, maliit na bahay. So ito allows you to put 50 already. Ibig sabihin, yan ay above 50% na ng 98. Kasi 7, di ba? 7 times 14 ang lahat ng mga shells. So sa sungkaan, just to refresh us, no? Sa sungkaan, ang bawat maliit na bahay ay may 7 sigay, o shell. Kaya yan ay aabot sa 7, na 14, 98, di ba? Kaya kung ang mangyayari dyan ay makapaglagay ka kaagad sa unang pagkilos mo pa lamang ng 50, 50% plus 1. Panalo ka na doon sa laro na yon. Talo mo na yung master niya. So this is that move. Na madaling, kung kalaban mo yung mga Indonesian at hindi Pilipino, o Malaysian, makakapanalo palagi ang mga Pilipino. dito sa, kung ikaw, assuming na ikaw yung unang move, Dahil, ang interesting nga sa mga Pinoy, doon sa ating first rule na yon, ibig sabihin, na-discover natin. Na-discover natin yon. In some folklore of ours, we discovered that we could win at the first move. That they didn't realize in Malaysia and Indonesia. So if you look at all the rules of sungka playing in the games, they sell plastic mga boards in Malaysia, foldable, etc., etc. There's no such thing as the sabay bunot rule. Sa Pilipinas lang yan. So in the past, let's say 100 years or more, may Pinoy na nakatuklas nito. At sabi ng ibang kalaban niya, ang daya mo naman, di ka, magsabay bunot rule tayo. So they invented the rule to initiate randomization again. Not to reduce determinism in the gameplay. Diba? So, ito yung rule. So, wala tayong evidence of such knowledge, folkloric knowledge. Admittedly, kulang ako sa research sa ganyang aspekto nung sinusulat ko yung nobelang ito dahil nasa ibang bansa ako. Actually, sa Indonesia ako. Kaya wala akong research capacity masyado na gawin. Pero sinasabi ng iba na merong mga folkloric information tungkol sa paglalaro ng sungka dito. So ito yung first move, winning first move. Yan, okay. So yung iba naman, yung iba namang mga moves diyan ay kapag naka-second move na. Kapag nagsabay bunot, ano yung pwedeng gawin, So yung second phase, yung second phase ng instructions dito. Okay, so what if sabay bunot na tayo ng Indonesian? So ito yung mga winning moves for the sabay bunot part. Kaya lang memorizein mo, ang haba-haba, mahaba yung mga Pero may gap, may loophole, may parts, may moves na hindi niya kayang mapanalunan. Kaya ito yung dito humantong yung nobela na habang sinisikap natin mag-develop ng iba't ibang mga foolproof winning moves sa iba't ibang board configuration, ahabot tayo sa punto na sobrang complex ng ating kinakailangang measures na gagawin para manalo, that it becomes unmanageable. You can't defeat the game, intrinsically. Sungka refuses to be defeated, to become a purely deterministic game. So yun yung isang of course baka may ibang mag-eksperimento na magpakita ng mas positibong konklusyon. Lalo na yung gumagamit ng AI talaga sa sungkaan, Pero at least ito yung kanyang sinasabi, Okay, so meron tayong mga na-develop na ilang mga paraan para manalo, pero ang lahat ng ating pagsisikap na gawing 100% ang ating pagtagumpay ay laging may naiiwan na butas. At doon sa butas na yon, pwedeng pumasok ang iba't ibang panibagong posibilidad sa paglalaro. Pwede kang matalo, pwede din siyang manalo. Kaya yun ang, I think, positibo na sinasabi dito, no? Na hindi katulad ng kaso ni Deep Blue, na wala ng potensyal na manalo ang tao laban sa makina. Dito, ang nais niyang ipakita, yung buhaya bilang representasyon ng makina ay hindi laging mananalo. May posibilidad, may puwang, may guwang, may butas doon kung saan ang tao ay pwede pa ring manalo. So at least ito yung kanyang empirical exploration. Dahil ang basis ng ganitong klaseng conclusion ay ito ring computer results ng ng investigation ng sungkaan. So you see, kombinasyon din ang nobelang ito ng panitikan, siyempre, at ng ethno-mathematics. At makita natin ay dito, saan ba pipindot dapat? Saan ako tuturo? Dito ba? Ayan, sorry. Ito anyway, dito maganda nito. May mga iba't ibang libro nang nasulat na tungkol sa how to play sungka. Ito ay 1965 kay Mariano Henson. Interesting yung kanyang maliit na aklat. May iba't ibang mga iba't ibang paano manalo sa iba't ibang mga configuration. Yan, interesting. Tapos dito kay Pedro Paterno. Si Pedro Paterno ay merong libro na Reglas del Juego de Chonka. Pag yung kanyang gamit pa na salita ay chonka. Mali. Pero nawala yung aklat na yan. So, sana may makahanap ng aklat ni Pedro Paterno tungkol sa sungkaan dahil ito ay nagpapaliwanag ng sungka at siguro pamamaraan ng paglaro at pagkapanalo sa sungka. At sinasabi ng iba, of course, na yung isa kong kilala, sabi niya, yung lola ko ay merong maliit na librito na tungkol sa paglalaro ng sungka. Kaya tuloy hindi ako manalo-nalo sa kanya dahil doon sa librito na yon. May mga ganyan na kinikwento yung mga tao, wala pa ako nakakita. Pero interesting ang folk knowledge, folklore, at saka folk science, folk mathematics behind this very mathematical game. So, ngayon, ito rin, may mga ginagawa, mga mas recent to, mga ethno-mathematical explorations, Mastering the game of sungka from random play. This is basically in computer science. Searching for winning second round opening moves in sungka. This is UP Visayas ito. Ito, kamakailan lang ginawa mga ito. Ito gumagamit ng AI, mismo yung second, para sa paglalaro ng sungka. Ito naman ay tungkol sa dakon, yung Indonesian. Ang term ng Indonesian for sungka ay dakon. Human versus machine problem solving, winning openings in dakon. So, maraming, may mga hindi naman marami, pero merong mga talagang heavy duty ethno-mathematical explorations into this game. So I didn't make any heavy duty mathematical explorations. I just explored it using so paliwanag ko ngayon yung usapin ng ano yung tool na ginamit natin para gumawa ng isang hybrid novel. Ang isa pang katangian ng ganitong klaseng nobela na nakadepende sa research o sa investigation o sa experimentation, di ba? Experimentation kasi, ang una mong tanong talaga simula, kaya ko bang gumawa ng mga solutions sa sungka para 100% victory, You don't know. Will you ever achieve that? So, hindi mo rin alam kung ano yung mangyayari sa sinusulat mong nobela, di ba? Kung ano yung mangyayari doon sa nobela dahil nakadepende yung struktura ng nobela sa resulta ng iyong eksperimento. Di ba? Sa resulta ng iyong practical, na real world na eksplorasyon tungkol doon sa problema na yon na pinili mo. Ngayon, paano natin ginawa ito? Very simple lang, Very simple yung ating ginawa. Ayan, so, algoritmo ng sungka. So, dito ipapaliwanag ko ng konti yung paraan, ng kung paano nahanap yung mga winning moves na ito, At, hindi naman yung iba sa inyong familiar sa coding, or computer programming will find this very, very easy, Very simple. Pero ito ay yung program na ginamit para hanapin ang mga sungka winning moves. You see, it's such a simple program with just a few lines, ano? It plays sungka, simulates playing sungka, ano? It simulates this. I'm playing sungka, ano? Ngayon, sabihin. And so meron kang initially, ang algoritmo, ang ibig sabihin niyan, hindi ito isang hocus-pocus na bagay. Ano? Ang algoritmo ay ang pagkakasunod-sunod ng mga instruction na gagawin ng makina. Ano? Ito yung instruction 1, instruction 2, instruction 3, instruction 4. Ito yung mga instructions na yan, yung pagkakasunod-sunod ng mga instruction na yan, para meron kang makamit na isang solusyon o output, ay yung tinatawag nating algoritmo. Ang algoritmo ay pwedeng, halimbawa, ang pagluluto ng ang recipe ay pwedeng tingnan bilang algoritmo. Ano? Una, kunin mo yung mga sibuyas, ikalawa, ano? Ang recipe ay isang malinaw na algoritmo sa pagluluto. Ang algoritmo para sa makina, siyempre ay may ibang katangian. Ngayon, para magkaroon ka ng mga algoritmo, kailangan mo ng wika sa computer at ang ginamit dito ay Python. Isang popular na wika ngayon, no? Napaka-popular na ginagamit pangunahin sa AI. Actually, AI, the language of AI, basically Python, no? Python. At baka magtaka kayo bakit Python ang pangalan, no? Puro mga reptilian yung ating mga pinag-uusapan, no? May buhaya, may python, ganyan, no? Ahas. Galing na naman yan sa Monty Python, no? Na isang comedy group, no? Sa UK na fans yung gumawa ng lingwahe na ito ng Monty Python. No? Though, of course, nagkaroon ng maraming folklore about, computer folklore about Python itself, no? So, very simply, ang ating program ng algoritmo ng sungka, no? Na ito ay nag-simulate ng sungka playing, ay may tatlong tinatawag na loops, ano? Loops. So ito importante sa programming ang loops, ano? At ito ang advantage ng computer sa tao, no? Kasi ang tao galit sa repetitive generally, ano? I mean, yeah, no? I mean, we're forced to do a lot of repetitive things, ano, in our lives, no? Useless, no? Meaningless, repetitive things, di ba? Dami, no? Ganyan, di ba? Pero makina, walang complaint. Tuloy-tuloy lang niya gagawin yung mga paulit-ulit na mga bagay. Yun nga, no? Gagawin ng makina ang pag-uulit-ulit. At yan yung function ng loop, no? Yung pag-ikot, no, ng mga mula sa start ng commands, pupunta sa dulo, nakabalik sa simula, no? Yan ay yung loop. At yan ay pwede niyang gawin ng libo-libo, milyon-milyong mga beses. Yan ang advantage ng computer sa atin. Ano? Na tayo ay napapagod sa mga pag-loop na yan, no? This highly repetitive behavior. Pero sa mga makina ay mani-mani lang ang pag-loop. Ayan. So meron siyang tatlong loop doon sa kanyang proseso, no? Yung unang loop ay yung unang dukot, no? Pipili siya ng dudukutin niya na bahay. No? So makita nyo ron doon sa may array na tinatawag doon. No? Makita nyo, B is equal to bracket 777707. So 7 shells in 7 houses. Yung 0 sa gitna, yan yung big house. Dahil sa simula ng paglalaro ay wala pang laman ang big house. So makita may representation talaga yan. Ito yung array na iyan ay tumatayo doon sa board. No? Ngayon, makitapas nyo second line doon, random. No? Ibig sabihin, kukuha ng randomly ang machine ng isa sa mga yon, thereby starting the game. Diba? Supposedly random naman kasi yung pagdukot natin, no? Ayan, so ngayon, yung loop na ito ay isang particular na loop na tinatawag na while loop, no, sa Python. Ang while, ibig sabihin niyan ay habang ganito ang state of affairs, babalik ako. Ano? So basically para siyang binary lang, no? If this value is 1, I will repeat. If this value is 0, I will stop. Very simple ang while, no? While this is true, I will continue looping. So hindi siya nagbibilang na I will do this 1,000 times. Hindi ganoon eh. While this is true, I will continue. So, ito yung start, no? So, sasabihin niya, okay, so dudukot ako sa simula. Ngayon, yung next na loop, ay sasabihin niya ay ito yung paglalaro mismo na pag-ikot doon sa board, no? Particular itong loop number 3, loop to play individual houses. So, ang ginagawa niya ngayon ay dinidistribute niya yung shells doon sa iba't ibang mga bahay. Umiikot siya. Ngayon, siyempre, may mga condition na titigil ang paglalaro. So, halimbawa, makita niyo yung B bracket X is equal to 1. Ibig sabihin yan, kapag yung huling nalagpakan ng shell ay 1, tigil na yon. Tigil na yung laro. Z is equal to 0. Yung while Z na yon, magiging 0 ang Z, titigil yung paglalaro niya. Ayan, if X is equal to 7, kaya lang, if X is equal to 7, ibig sabihin, if X is in the big house. Kasi yung first house is 0. So 7 ang big house. If X is equal to 7, pipili siya ulit ng bahay na maliit at doon siya dudukot. Hindi siya titigil. So, ngayon, if B bracket X is equal to 0, ibig sabihin, kapag halimbawa, so ang sinasabi natin ay, okay, naglanding ako doon sa big house. Therefore, pipili ako. Ngayon, kapag yung napili ko ay walang laman, titigil yung game. Ganun yung kanya nasabi. Di ba? Kasi random ulit yun Random. So, hindi masabi na. So, this will play it forever and ever and ever. Yung nakalagay na limit dito ng playing ay 50 million. 50 million times, ang kanyang paglalaro. Ang setting dito ay kapag nakahanap ka ng napuno na yung big house ng 50, doon siya titigil. If it reaches the 50 threshold earlier than 50 million, titigil siya. So it's a very randomized process. Ngayon, dahil malalakas ang ating mga computing power ngayon, this can be done. It's not really a big deal. In fact, pwede ma-produce ng longest move ang machine overnight. Overnight. Pero 50 lang yan. Ngayon, may further results ng ating investigation. Ibig sabihin ay, saan ba tuturo? Saan ba yung machine natin? Saan ba yung makina? Sorry. Yeah. Yan. Sorry. Okay. Ito, output ito. Saan ba ito? Hello. Saan ba bituro to? Dito. Dito? Ayan, dito pala. Okay. So, in the meantime, yung laman kasi nitong nobela ay 50. Pero, trying to do it again, So, longest sungka, first move. The world record is 68. Diba? So, kung 98 ang lahat ng mga shells, 30 na lang natira. So, 68 na, shells accumulated after 964 discrete moves. Ibig sabihin, 964 na galaw ng kamay mo mula house to house. And it was reached after the machine had played 69,028,844 games. Siyempre, hindi kaya ng tao yan, Yung purely random, After 69 million games, naabot niya ang 68. Yun na yung longest sungka first move. Of course, kung mas malakas ang computer natin, tatalo ito. Ginamit ko lang naman yung laptop. Laptop ko dyan, So, it's possible that there's still a longer. Ang gusto ko ma-attain, ay yung 98. Di ba? paano kaya ma-attain yun, no? Or is it possible? I mean, there could be structural constraints, no, within the board itself that prevents reaching 98. So this is a very theoretical problem, no, siguro for mathematicians. So, so ito yung instructions for this, ano, yan. Let's see, so marami pa. So ito yung final configuration. Makita mo yung final configuration ng board, yung number, yung shells na naka-distribute within each board, and the actual number, no. So para magawa tong libro na to, yun nga, a very simple piece of code, di ba? Using very simple machines, ano? Ordinary machines. Pwede mag-generate ng ganito. So, di ko lang alam kung meron pang future progress, ano, in this kind of investigation. So, ang isa sa mga nag-inspire sa akin sa ganitong proyekto ay isang proyekto na mula pa nung aking panahon ng high school, no. Sa 1984 ang issue na ito ng Scientific American. No, so I was around second year high school, no, very old guy, yes. And I read this article in Scientific American about the Turing machine. No. So si Alan Turing, ang founder of computer science, at meron siyang design dito ng tinatawag na Turing machine, a theoretical design for a universal computing machine. Nawala pa nung panahon ni Alan. May pelikula tungkol kay Turing, di ba? Imitation Game, no? Yan. At Imitation Game, bata yun sa kanyang philosophy of AI, that machines can imitate humans, no? Actually, yung original Imitation Game, no, kung may time ako, ay hindi tungkol sa machine and human, no? Alam niyo yan, yung original Imitation Game ni Turing, no, ay hindi yung kaya, kasi may Turing test na sinasabi, di ba? Kung kumausap pa ng computer conversation, no, na tumatagal, tapos hindi mo siya matukoy bilang machine, pasado siya sa Turing test. Yun yung pinag-iisipan pa lamang ni na Turing nung panahon na yan, 40s, ano? Ibig sabihin, wala pa ng mga machine natin ngayon, wala pa yung mga very powerful devices and processors, no? Talagang halos napaka-basic pa ng kanilang computing power. Pero pinag-iisipan niya na yun, no? What is a machine that can, that can converse with us, no? And to the point that we can't distinguish this machine from a human being, ano? Pero actually, ang first model, ang first discussion ni Alan Turing ng Turing test ay hindi machine. Kaya ba ng lalaking magpanggap na babae? Yun at hindi siya malalaman. Yun ang original Turing test. At alam natin ang ginawa kay Alan Turing, no? Siya ay, dahil sa kanyang homosexuality, siya ay basically pinatay ng British government, no? With all sorts of treatment. This very homophobic society. Even though, arguably, Alan Turing won the Second World War for Britain. For Britain, not for... Dahil na-break niya ang pinakamatinding encryption device, no? Yung German Enigma machine, di ba? The most difficult, no, to decrypt, ano? Of course, invented by Germans, no? Ganyan, machine, ano? That he was able to break, ano? No? Incredible, no? Itong ganito klase mga intellect. No? If Turing had not been able to do that, arguably, ano, may iba yung outcome, ano, na maraming bagay ng Second World War. But they killed him nevertheless, no, because of of homophobia, no, of that kind of very bad, no, sentiment, no, sa kanilang lipunan. So, itong Turing machine na isang naging inspiration sa akin. At pansinin niyo yung pamagat mismo, makina ni Mang Turing, no, which is a spin on this, ano. On this, no. So, ayan, so yung ilan pang naging, nung pinagawa ko, tinusulat ko ito, ay tumingin pa ako sa ibang mga magagandang mga nobela, no? Siyempre, Charlson, alam ni Charlson ito mga ito. Anyway, ito, so, yung kay Yasunari Kawabata, no, The Master of Go, no? Very brilliant novel, no? May mga ano pa yan, ang isang interesting sa Master of Go, meron siyang mga diagrams ng Go board sa loob, no? Ito yung lagay ng Go board natin. Ito yung ano, makita mo. So titingnan mo talaga yung configuration ng board, no? Dito sa nobela ni Yasunari Kawabata, which are real configurations in a real game. Ano? No? So, dun din na pag-isip-isip ako na maganda ring meron kang basis in reality, for the game configurations that you're thinking about, no? Pero yun nga, yung interesting sa kay Kawabata, no, yung parang it's not a game of pure logic, no? Ang Go. Yung kilos ng batang manlalaro ng Go ay yung ginawa isang kilos na ginawa niya ay napakabastos, ano? Na na-scandalize ang buong Go community. No? It was a valid, legitimate, legal move. Pero yung isang pagkilos daw na ginawa ng batang Go Master laban doon sa matandang Go Master ay isang pambabastos. No? You see? So, hindi reducible to purely logical, mathematical configurations. Although, nananalo na yung machine ngayon sa Go. No? Ang AI has now actually dominated Go. But the AI doesn't give a damn, no, whether mabastusan ka sa move ko o hindi. It just wants to win, ano? Win the game, ano? Yan. So, yung isa pa kay Stefan Zweig, ano? Ito, German yung original niya, no? Interesting yan, may nabaliw dahil kasi sa kaka-memorize ng mga ng mga chess books. Alam mo yung mga chess books, di ba? Memorize niya, isang German, tapos on a ship, ano? And he's able now, he memorized it so much that, he could not be defeated, no? But he went crazy, doon sa process na ito, no? Na yung isa pa ay kay Apostolos Doxiadis, Uncle Petros and Goldbach's conjecture, right? May Pilipino nagsabi na solve niya yung Goldbach's conjecture, right? Hindi ka mo na nangyari na ron, di ba? Yung high school teacher, nasabi niya, I've solved Goldbach's conjecture, no? That will solve all our problems, no? Etc., no? I'm not sure what happened to that, no? Pero there's a novel about this, no? Si Uncle Petros and Goldbach's conjecture, na ang nangyari kay Uncle Petros, no, ay nabaliw, no? Dahil sa paghahanap niya ng solution doon sa Goldbach's conjecture. Isang mathematician, no, si Uncle Petros, no? So you see people being obsessed, no, with logic, with games, with mathematics, no, and trying to solve things, things, and that's why there's something of that, no, in this novel, in this kind of obsession, this kind of obsessiveness, na kailangan makatuklas tayo ng paraan na lagi tayong mananalo sa laro na ito. No? Sa dulo, syempre, he's forced to come to terms with the fact that he wasn't able to find the complete solution. He wasn't able to break the game, no? It remained a game, no? At the end, no? So, ano ba ito? Meron pa bang nandito? Ayan, so, panghuli, ito ay isang napakagandang halimbawa ng isang buhaya na sungka. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, ano? 6 yung kanyang butas, no? So, iba-iba talaga yung mga katangian ng mga sungkaan, no? Kaya, halimbawa, iba-iba yung mga ganyan ng sungkaan, no? Ibig sabihin niyan ay iba-iba yung programming na kailangan para ma-explore mo at makahanap ng mga solution para
here with his talk entitled Writing with and Against the Machine, Poetry, Pedagogy, and Creative Agency in the Age of AI. Let us welcome Professor Adrian Ho. Mark Adrian Crisostomo Ho is a former television writer who teaches at De La Salle University. His work has appeared in Rappler, Tomas, Sustaining the Archipelago, an anthology of Philippine eco-poetry, Narito, Essays on Place, Philippine Graphics, Montage, Unitas, The Sunday Times, and San Telmo. His poetry collection, ANX Poems, published under UST Publishing House in 2020, won the 2022 National Artist Cirilo F. Bautista Award for the best first book in the humanities. Ron Margaran won the 2024 Gawad Bienvenido Lumbera Grand Prize for one-act play in Filipino. He is currently pursuing his PhD in literature at De La Salle University. Again, Professor Adrian Ho.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to National Artist for Literature, Dr. Gemino Abad, to the director of the Likaan UP Center for Creative Writing, or UP Institute for Creative Writing, Dr. Vladimeir Gonzales, workshop director of the 2025 Gemino Abad Seminar Workshop for Teachers, Sir Charlson Ong, also the Dean of the College of Arts and Letters, Dr. Jimmuel Naval, my fellow speaker, Dr. Ramon Guillermo, and of course, good morning to all of you participants and fellow teachers. I'm actually happy to see some familiar faces, like I recognize Alice, no, from IAS, and then there's also Joris from Diliman, and of course, mga kaklase ko sa PhD, Abby James and Mac Pateran. Nice to see you. First, I would like to thank the organizers of the 2025 Gemino Abad Seminar Workshop for Teachers, and of course, the Likaan UP Institute of Creative Writing for inviting me to speak at this event. I appreciate your efforts in initiating this forum, which enables writers and educators to engage in dialogue about effectively managing the use of artificial intelligence in our classrooms and continuously navigating its integration into our syllabi. So my talk for today is titled Writing with and Against the Machine, Poetry, Pedagogy, and Creative Agency in the Age of AI. Allow me first to introduce or to provide an overview of my talk. No? First, I will share my experience with AI anxiety. Second, I'll discuss the power of generative AI. Then I will address some of the risks associated with generative AI. Next, I will explore Bell Hooks' concept of talking back and how it might relate to our interactions with generative AI. I will then present poetry as a counterpoint to AI. And then I will explain how I integrate AI in my poetry writing module. And then finally, I will conclude with some final thoughts on empowering our students in our poetry classes. So I am not an expert on artificial intelligence. Like you, I was one of many teachers worldwide who were blindsided by the sudden emergence of ChatGPT in November 2022. Like you, I was one of many teachers who were overwhelmed by the sudden influx of student projects and papers bearing AI-generated content. Like you, I was one of many who had to spend hours screening student submissions to detect ChatGPT's handiwork, essentially conducting police work. Like you, I was one of many who grappled with AI-induced confusion, stress, and anxiety. Fast forward 3 years later, here we are, gathered in UP at this seminar workshop on teaching lit in the time of AI, hopefully less confused, less stressed, and less anxious. I hope that we all came in here to this event with some degree of calmness and openness to explore the pedagogical potential of AI. Admittedly, there are still numerous issues that need to be addressed and resolved, primarily the ethical implications of AI usage, questions concerning copyright, authorship, data privacy, job displacement, and the negative environmental impacts. So fora like this are important in parsing these concerns so that we may properly set parameters, rules, and policies that guide our use of AI, whether at the institutional, departmental, or classroom levels. By the way, the photos are generated by ChatGPT. Just acknowledging. Whether we like it or not, this technology is here to stay. Generative AI is becoming an increasingly significant part of contemporary life. Last August, some high school friends living in the United States visited Manila. We had a mini reunion over dinner, and one of our conversation topics was AI. Two friends, mothers to very young children, admitted to using ChatGPT for assistance in their home management and parenting duties. Both used it to help their children with homework. One shared that her ever-curious daughter would often ask difficult questions to which she did not know some of the answers. She would then enlist the help of ChatGPT to provide proper and responsible answers to her daughter's delicate queries. Another friend confessed to upgrading to ChatGPT Premium because she felt it was necessary to help manage her life as a career woman and mother. That conversation was an eye-opener for me. Until then, my exposure to ChatGPT had been limited to purely academic settings. Before then, I had not encountered anyone using ChatGPT for such a crucial and practical responsibility as parenting. At this point, we know this much. People will utilize generative AI, including our students and ourselves, whether for academic assistance or personal use. The age of artificial intelligence, however, poses a challenge to us teachers. How to help develop our students' creativity and critical thinking so that they do not become overly reliant on AI, which can potentially curb these aptitudes. In an essay for The New Yorker, director of the Newcomb Institute for Computational Sciences at Dartmouth College and mathematics and computer science professor Dan Rockmore writes, "Most of the time, I see our digital assistants as those helpful elves. I'm not naive about the risks. You can imagine a Wall-E scenario of academia's future. Scholars lounging in comfort, feeding stray ideas to machines, and then sitting back to read the output. Though every new tool offers the promise of an easier path, when it comes to creativity, vigilance is required. We can't let the machine's product become the unquestioned standard. I bet that even those elves made some shoes that had to be put in the seconds pile. Research, writing, and above all, thinking have always meant more than simply producing an answer." So I want to highlight 2 points from Rockmore's statement. One, every new tool offers the promise of an easier path. And 2, we can't let the machine's product become the unquestioned standard. I believe that these 2 points offer some insight into the appeal and the risks associated with the use of generative AI. Large language models like ChatGPT are powerful and thus appealing and tempting. It promises ease, offering speed, efficiency, productivity, the very values espoused by the neoliberal capitalist system. Due to their remarkable ability to deliver immediate results and instant gratification, LLMs essentially function as neoliberalizing tools. So in a neoliberal paradigm of education, the product outweighs the process, and output eclipses input. So without the thoughtful use of generative AI, creative expression risks becoming a mere chore of content generation, a transactional task, rather than a potentially transformative practice. Uncritical use of AI can result in student skills becoming homogenized and automated, with student voices, experiences, and personalities drowned out by the overpowering authority, in quotations, of the artificially intelligent machine. We can't let the machine's product be the unquestioned standard, Rockmore reminds us. We must instill this idea in our students' minds to caution, guide, and empower them. AI's capabilities can overwhelm, given its speed, efficiency, and easy access to vast databases of knowledge available on the internet. Young, impressionable, and uncritical minds can very easily be awed and swayed by its power. We must also not lose sight of the fact that technologies like generative AI are designed to please their users. Just like any commodity, they are invented to, 1, make our lives easier, and 2, to make us, consumers, like them well enough to keep using them. So part of our task now as teachers is to help our students strengthen their self-belief and trust in their voice, so that if they use AI, they will treat and approach it as a tool rather than an authority. They would have the wisdom to make their own decisions, have their final say, and assert their agency over the mighty machine. In Talking Back, Thinking Feminist, Thinking Black, poet, educator, theorist, feminist, and activist Bell Hooks foregrounds the importance of talking back. The act of, and I quote, speaking as an equal to an authority figure and daring to disagree and or have an opinion, end of quote. For her, it is a potent gesture of defiance, particularly for victims of colonization, oppression, and exploitation. Talking back is a liberatory act of moving from silence into speech that nurtures growth and resistance against domination. Rooted in post-colonial feminist and Marxist thought, the concept of talking back is also a transformative pedagogical practice. As forwarded by Hooks, it is an essential component of what she refers to as engaged pedagogy. In her other book, Teaching to Transgress, Education as a Practice of Freedom, she describes engaged pedagogy as emphasizing well-being, in which, and I quote, teachers must be actively committed to a process of self-actualization that promotes their own well-being if they are to teach in a manner that empowers students, end of quote. Additionally, Hooks considers education as a practice of freedom, where students are not passive recipients of knowledge, but active participants in their learning process. She emphasizes the importance of educators creating inclusive spaces that foster students' ability to share their lived experiences, allowing them to voice their opinions on significant real-world issues. Students who talk back engage critically with authority figures, challenge prevailing ideas, share their personal narratives, and offer their perspectives. Talking back then becomes a practice of cultivating critical consciousness. We might apply the practice of talking back to our engagement with generative AI. While AI is not in itself an authority figure, its technological prowess may cause less discerning users to perceive ChatGPT as one. We must then train our students to engage with AI critically, to verify data accuracy, assess the credibility of sources, disagree with it and reason, critique it, and suggest better alternatives. To put it simply, to talk back to it. We must teach our students to question AI's power and its semblance of authority, however artificial. In an opinion piece for the New York Times, executive editor of the Yale Review, professor of creative writing at Yale University, essayist and poet Megan O'Rourke shares, and I quote, "One of the real challenges here is the way that AI undermines the human value of attention and the individuality that flows from that. What we stand to lose is not just a skill, but a mode of being. The pleasure of invention, the felt life of the mind at work. I am a writer because I know of no art form or technology more capable than the book of expanding my sense of what it means to be alive." End of quote. So while speed and efficiency have their benefits, they also have their drawbacks. In exchange for productivity, we miss out on the pleasure and pain of creation, the intricacies of thought, and the meaning making that comes with observation. O'Rourke articulates it best. AI undermines the human value of attention and the individuality that flows from that. We must emphasize to our students the value of attention and individuality, the ability to engage in critical reflection and maintain a creative voice. It's a skill that they need to develop not only to survive, but more importantly, to thrive in a technology-driven society. Let us then counter the speed of AI technology with the art of slowing down and paying attention. Poetry. Writing poetry is not merely assembling words and images on the page. It is a mode of sensing, imagining, thinking, and articulating. It entails the use of our senses, our facility with language, and our imaginative mind. Through the use of our many faculties, poetry apprehends human experience and distills it into a poetic moment on the page. Itself an experience, not necessarily lived, but imagined, only read, but nonetheless felt. In a forum held in March of this year, National Artist for Literature, Dr. Gemino Abad, after whom this seminar workshop is named, spoke about the importance of poetry. He shares, and I quote, "Poetry or any creative work, what we call a poem, is a work of language and a work of imagination. A strong sense for language is a basic creative sense. The poet works a given language like the farmer works the soil to produce his crop. You work the language, but you have to have a strong sense for language, a certain mastery of it. But the poem is also a work of imagination. It is the imagination that makes real a human experience, what the mind apprehends, what the heart feels. Thus, the poem is to live." End of quote. So throughout the years, Dr. Abad, in articulating his poetics, has used the figure of the farmer as a metaphor for the praxis of Filipino poets in English. Hard at work, tilling the soil of language, mastering it, working their imagination to produce their harvests. Poems that speak of the human experience, the Filipino experience. What Dr. Abad's farming metaphor underscores is that writing poetry is a laborious task. It demands hard work. It requires creative grit. If ChatGPT can produce a poem in a matter of seconds, humans cannot and should not. Producing a creative work is not solely about the product, but also about the process, the time spent crafting, the imagination in labor, the senses remembering, the sense of fulfillment culled from the struggle, the pleasure arising from the pain. When we introduce our students to creative writing, we should not only show them the product, we should also guide them through the process of writing. In teaching poetry, we teach them creative discipline. 2 years ago, I tried something new in my creative writing classes. In my poetry module, I included a task that required students to conduct a poetic experiment with ChatGPT. Pardon the typo, there's a typo on the word cared. It should just be care. It's my mistake, not ChatGPT's. I asked ChatGPT to revise, but it was loading, so parang nagalit na siya sa akin kasi ang kulit ko. Anyway, that's that. I instructed my students to ask ChatGPT to write a poem about care, critique it, and then revise, rewrite, or write an entirely new poem, depending on their creative impulse. The objective of the exercise was to provide them with an opportunity to assess the differences between how a machine writes a poem and how a human does. Generally dissatisfied with how ChatGPT writes poems, finding them, and I quote, generic and soulless, my students felt challenged and motivated to try their hand at writing their own poems. Because the activity has garnered positive responses from the students, it has become a staple in my poetry module. This is my 3rd year conducting this poetic experiment in my creative writing classes. This term, I have 3 sections of creative writing classes at De La Salle University, 2 sections with literature majors, and 1 section with education majors. In fact, we just completed the poetry module this month. So allow me now to share with you my experience in teaching poetry, incorporating AI with my students. So these are my instructions for my students. 1, ask ChatGPT to write a short poem, 50 to 100 words, that reflects on the word care. You may provide a more specific prompt based on your vision for the poem. You may ask ChatGPT to work with a particular image, metaphor, point of view, or form. 2, read and reflect on ChatGPT's poetic output. Are you happy with it? Is it creative or original? Does it stir emotions? Are the images memorable and arresting? Do you connect to it? Does it capture what you want to communicate? 3, revise or rework ChatGPT's poem, enhance it, make it personal, make it uniquely yours. You have creative liberties to modify or change the poem. You may end up writing an entirely new poem. Don't forget to include an interesting title. 4, submit the results of your experiment. Be sure to include your specific prompt or instructions to ChatGPT, the poem generated by ChatGPT, and your version of the poem. You may write in either English or Filipino. 6, read the attached grading rubric to understand how your polished version will be evaluated later in the term. 7, include an AI use declaration in your response. Write a short note at the bottom of your submission indicating if other AI tools were used aside from ChatGPT in the output and how they were used. So in my classes, I have this template where students would have to declare whether they use AI tools. So they would enumerate the tools and describe how they use those tools. Now let me share with you how one of my students, a creative writing major, engaged in this poetic experiment. For privacy reasons, I will not reveal her name. However, for the purpose of this lecture, let us refer to her as M. I have obtained her permission to share her output today in this seminar. She said yes, very excitedly. This is M's prompt to ChatGPT. Write me a poem that reflects on the word care and frame it in the perspective of a child who watches this actress playing a mother on the television screen. The written work should be able to explore the child's own perception of care through longing and imagination, along with how they are able to interpret a sense of warmth, tenderness, and love through a TV screen. To provide some background, M shared with the class that she watches a lot of TV and has noticed that in many TV commercials, Filipino mothers are often portrayed as perfect, always understanding, nurturing, and loving, hence this prompt. She wanted to capture the kind of care provided by these TV screen mothers. At that point, I thought, what an interesting concept. I thought the poem M had in mind immediately had a unique perspective on the notion of care. Now, here is the poem that ChatGPT generated for her. Let me read it. When she says goodnight. On the television, she tucks a blanket tight, her voice soft as the hum before sleep. I watch her every night, the mother who always knows what to say, who never raises her voice, who holds even silence gently. The glow of the screen paints my face in borrowed warmth. I pretend her hands could reach through the glass, that she'd smooth my hair like she does theirs. Call me darling in that same steady tone. When the credits roll, I whisper goodnight to her anyway, because care, I think, can live in the spaces between light and longing. So this is how M assessed ChatGPT's poem. Let me read. 1, ChatGPT is able to generate poems that utilize vivid imagery and sensory language to convey emotions to its readers. 2, it is able to portray or to properly produce the perspective of the persona child and carry the themes of care in the written work. 3, it also maintains a consistent tone throughout the piece as it effectively balances its use of metaphors and lyricism, making it easy to follow and understand. 4, however, it is essential to acknowledge that this poem feels too structured and overly refined, making it almost predictable as I read through the rest of the written work. So I was struck by this comment by M. This observation suggests that M reads a considerable amount of poetry, indicating that she is conscious of structure and over-refinement. Let's proceed. Number 5, even though the piece is easy to understand, it inherently lacks nuance and creativity in its use of language, given that it heavily relies on safe and surface-level terms, making it almost too easy and overly familiar. So similarly, this assessment reveals M's familiarity with poetry, particularly in matters of nuance and creative use of language. I remind my students about the concept of defamiliarization, that creative writing aims to defamiliarize or make strange something that is already familiar to us through offering a distinct point of view. So M is aware of that, no? 6, furthermore, it is also very limited in terms of its form, unable to produce a creative form that can complement the written work better, given the abstract nature of the piece. Here, M is mindful of poetic form. She is aware that a poem's structure and shape add a layer of meaning to the poem and affect its impact on the reader. 7. The poem's concept is also overly explained, in my opinion, as it constantly repeats the same ideas throughout the written work and lacks any development, which makes it difficult for me as the reader to create an impact. This can result in the poem sounding more technical and inauthentic. So most students would observe that ChatGPT's poems feel mechanical and inauthentic. M, however, is able to articulate why it is so, recognizing this particular poem's redundancy and lack of rhetorical development as the culprits. 8. Sorry, lumampas na ako. Ito pala siya. 8. The AI tool doesn't guide readers carefully to a clear understanding of the piece. It almost feels like it hopes the readers understand it at first glance. 9. It lacks a distinct voice and a sense of individuality in its work, and truly feels as though it is only able to capture the idea of emotion, but not the depth that comes from a lived experience. So M's last comment is insightful, as it highlights ChatGPT's artificiality as an intelligent machine. It only mimics human emotions because it lacks the capacity to draw from real lived experience. In these comments, I am pleased to see that M is critical enough to talk back to ChatGPT, contesting its poem and recognizing its shortcomings. Now, let us examine the poem that M crafted, keeping in mind that the vision she had for it, a TV screen mother offering a semblance of care to a child. Let me read the poem. Interrupting Mummy. Pretty lady, always loves to interrupt me. Freezing the cat and mouse, running along the glowing screen, she smiles at me. Her eyes sparkle like tiny glass beads, hair always so shiny. I wave at her, wishing she could see me. I call her mommy, oh mommy, but only the glow answers me kindly. I hug my teddy close, very close, trying to feel her warmth holding me gently. Her words are always looping, never ending. Every time she comes to interrupt me, like a soft lullaby, she sings just for me, only for me. So during our workshop session, M's simple yet distinct poem mainly received positive feedback. The poem effectively offers a unique perspective on motherly care. Her creative choice to write about a TV screen mother is imaginative. Her vision for the poem already does half the job by offering an atypical point of view, and her thoughtful execution of her poetic vision ultimately accomplishes the task quite well. The poem's title, Interrupting Mummy, or Mommy, is intriguing enough to make me want to read the poem. Interrupting is a curious word that prompts me to wonder what kind of mother is about to be portrayed in the poem. The word mommy evokes innocence, hinting that the poem's persona might be a child. M is able to experiment with the poem's shape and form. The repetition of words and phrases written in italics, such as pretty lady, interrupt me, smiles at me, so shiny, see me, oh mommy, only for me, is intentional. They do not feel random or redundant. In fact, these repetitions show and enact what the poem is trying to convey, that the figure on the TV screen is a pretend mother, feigning affection and care. The interruption keeps occurring precisely because the TV mother does not exist in real time. Hers was a performance of a mother recorded some time ago. The word never ending in the 5th line of the penultimate stanza offers an element of surprise. In this instance, the word is not a direct repetition, but an unexpected variation of the word looping preceding it. It sticks out in the poem because M, the poet, does something different to it, unlike the other repeated words. By offering a lexical variation through the use of a synonym, the poem reminds us that the mother figure is an actress in an advertisement that keeps playing on the screen, underscoring the artificiality of this particular form of motherly care. M's poem also received constructive criticism and valuable suggestions for improvement. I found the image of the cat and mouse in line 3 somewhat confusing. It felt random. One student commented that it might be a reference to the Tom and Jerry cartoon series and confirmed that it was indeed a reference to the cartoon. I suggested that M focus on the specific TV commercial from which she draw inspiration for the poem, to pull ideas and images from that particular ad, and to offer more explicit guideposts that reference the advertisement. Other recommendations include avoiding adverbs that end in ly, such as kindly and gently in the penultimate stanza, and instead using images to convey meaning. And this is a personal preference. When I write poetry, I try to avoid yung mga adverbs ending in ly. So I advised her to steer clear of cliches like eyes sparkle in the third stanza and feel her warmth in the penultimate stanza. Additionally, I suggested that she strengthen the poem's Filipino essence or Filipino-ness, as it currently reads and feels rather Western or American in tone, right? Like yung mommy, yung teddy, diba? Furthermore, I encourage her to explore the child persona's relationship with her real mother, in contrast to her affection for the TV mother, as this could create some poetic tension. So overall, the class, including myself, felt that M should further enhance the imagery in the poem. She accepted the feedback graciously and expressed excitement about revising it. So while the poem can still be strengthened and elevated, M was nonetheless able to exhibit critical engagement with ChatGPT by talking back to it, critiquing its poem, and devising a unique concept for her original poem. Her poem showed great promise for a novice poet. In writing her own work, M resisted being overshadowed by ChatGPT's artificial authority, allowing her to maintain her creative agency. So it is worth reiterating that prioritizing process over product is crucial in a creative writing class. Simply assigning a creative writing task, having our students submit their outputs, and us grading them are inadequate. This limited approach to teaching creative writing does not maximize learning. We should counteract AI intervention with active human engagement. And earlier in the opening remarks, Dr. Naval and Sir Jimmy spoke about a return to nativism, a return to humanity. So I think that's how we can counter the increasing power of AI, is to just engage more with humans, human engagement, right? The workshop sessions are instrumental in optimizing student learning. They slow down the creative process, encourage attention through close reading, stimulate critical thinking, embolden students to speak up, and reinforce the importance of revisions, which is an integral part of the writing process. In my experience thus far, my students always look forward to our workshop sessions. They get excited and motivated to examine and revise their poems, refining their skills as young writers. AI is simply a tool. Their classmates are their true collaborators. In fact, just this term, some students requested another poetry session. Siyempre, more work for me. Pero sige lang, go. Kasi, ito yung mga masasarap turuan, yung mga estudyante na uhaw sa kaalaman, sa karunungan. So, go lang tayo kapag may mga ganyang, requests for more sessions. So, let me... Parang galit na sa akin yung ayaw nang Ayan. Okay. So preparing today's lecture has prompted me to reassess and reflect on my poetry module that integrates AI engagement. I realized that my grading rubric for my students' revised poems in this particular assignment does not fully reflect the emphasis of process over product. Here are the components of my creative of my current grading rubric. 1, originality, the writer's distinct voice and unique perspective are very evident. A highly creative and innovative approach grabs the reader. 2, technique. The writer effectively employs vivid vocabulary, unique details, figurative language, and sensory descriptions to convey tone and meaning. The poem evokes a strong response from the reader. 3, form. The poem's structure is intentional, and its elements flow seamlessly together to enhance a poem's rhetorical or affective impact. The poem is fully developed. Writing mechanics, the poem is free of spelling and punctuation errors. Grammar usage is controlled and error-free. So moving forward, I will make sure to include the following elements in my assessment rubric. Wait lang ha. Okay. 1, critical AI engagement. The student critically engages with AI, ensuring that their poetic voice takes precedence over ChatGPT's interventions. 2, revision work. The poet successfully revises and elevates a poem in response to the relevant feedback received during the workshop sessions. And 3, workshop participation. The student actively participated in the workshop sessions, providing constructive feedback to the creative works of their peers. As a projector. So drawing on Bell Hooks' engaged pedagogy, the age of artificial intelligence calls on us as teachers to strengthen our resolve in cultivating creative and critical thinking among our students. Foundational to creative writing is a necessary practice of critical reflection. The creative writing classroom should be a safe and supportive space where our students can confront society and themselves through the imaginative use of language. When we recognize their experiences, struggles, and perspectives, we affirm that their voices carry weight. At a time when AI tempts us towards speed and convenience, we must remind ourselves and our students that creative writing is a profoundly human endeavor rooted in experience, courage, and care. We must realize that while technology offers assistance to make our lives easier, we can also turn to one another for support. In the context of creative writing, our students can count on their classmates for honest feedback, on us, their teachers, for both critique and guidance, and on their own intuition for creative direction. Indeed, AI can produce instant results, but it cannot offer something vital to art and education: empathy. Let us therefore guide our students to write with and against the machine. Let us teach them creative writing as a mode of voicing, of being, and of resisting, a practice of slowing down in a world that prioritizes speed, an art of noticing amidst a culture that so quickly swipes left and right or scrolls up and down. It is our earnest task to help them rediscover the liberatory power of creation, including its pleasures and pains, and realize that their voices, however young and imperfect, are human, alive, and irreplaceable. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sir Marco. Napakaganda nung pag-synthesize ni Sir. Kasi kita din natin na yung buong talk, yung talk ni Sir this morning, nakadirect talaga siya towards Gen Zs, no? Which are our students ngayon. And interestingly enough, pag na-describe yung Gen Zs, it's very short yung attention span, nagpo-push towards individuality, and then instant yung gratification. So parang AI din. So I guess baka kaya attached sila sa AI is parang batchmate nila yung AI. So, yun nga yung katulad ng sinabi nga ni Sir Marco na doon tayo papasok as educators to insert programs nga that would push them to take time. Katulad ng mga critical engagements with AI. Kasi when we take time, di ba, parang mabagal tayo. So we take a breath at callback ngayon sa sinabi ni Sir Jimmy na ang breath ay psyche. At yun ay nagpo-push towards humanity at pagsi-self-actualize ng ating mga students para ma-achieve nila yung individuality na medyo 6'7" pa sila ngayon. Okay? So, at this moment, kung meron po ba tayong mga katanungan with Sir Mark?
Hello. Good morning po, sir. Jake po from UP Institute for Small Scale Industries and also PhD student sa College of Arts and Letters po ng Diliman. First po, very interesting yung activity po natin for high-level learning, nasa evaluative level na po siya for the students. Interesting din po yung example na pinakita natin about M's output. I just find the prompts a little limited in terms of the prompting for ChatGPT. Although we know that there are other codes that we could include in ChatGPT to make it more specific in terms of answering yung nuances and gaps na pinag-usapan natin. So I'm just curious if you ever encountered in your 3 years po ba of including that in the syllabus, have you ever encountered an output with a very specific prompts already in ChatGPT? And if you had, how did you try to first address and evaluate it? Although it was mentioned that we already have the addition of the critical AI engagement, I'm also curious what's the parameter of this additional criterion in the rubric. Thank you.
Yeah, actually merong mga estudyante na sadyang masigasig sa pag-formulate ng prompt. Talagang very specific talaga, including yung mga rhyme scheme, ganyan, meron. Pero generally, hindi pa rin sila happy. Parang nafo-frustrate sila kasi parang hindi nakukuha ni ChatGPT yung gusto nila, no? Kahit pa, like halimbawa ako personally, may mga naging experiments na ako with ChatGPT. Minsan sasabihin ko, avoid rhyme. Pero magra-rhyme pa rin siya. Parang default niya yung rhyme. Parang hindi siya makawala dun sa rhyming, no? So yeah, merong mga ganon na perhaps it's also parang getting creative in formulating prompts for ChatGPT. But the point is, this exercise, kung ano man yung maging prompt ng mga students, is for them to realize that nothing compares to, a poem that is written by a human with someone with actual lived experience. Kasi ang ginagawa ni ChatGPT, humuhugot lang siya ng impormasyon galing sa mga ibang tao or sa mga ibang users ng ChatGPT in terms of human experience, pero wala siyang sarili niyang karanasan dahil hindi naman siya tao. So yun nga, parang more of imitation, no, or mimicking yung ginagawa ni ChatGPT. But me, when I, assess the student outputs, it doesn't matter sa akin kung minsan kasi simple lang yung prompt, katulad ni M. May iba naman sobrang haba, sobrang dami. Talagang pinipilit nila na makuha yung gusto nila. Makuha ni ChatGPT yung gusto nila, no? And then in the end, they're still not happy. So it's really looking at how critically they engage with ChatGPT. I think that's the whole point, na hindi lang nila tinatanggap kung ano yung ibigay. Miski sila natututo na maging critical or maging matuto mag-close read ng tula, no? Alam na nila na hindi maganda to, soulless to, or puro cliche to, no? So in that way, ChatGPT becomes a learning tool also for them. And at the same time, natutuwa ako na in my experience, mas gusto nila yung workshop sessions. Mas gusto nilang marinig yung feedback ng mga kaklase nila. Rather than, starting point lang, or jump off point lang yung engagement with ChatGPT. Pero eventually, tumatawid, nagmamigrate sa classroom, sa human engagement. I think that's the whole point, no, of the exercise. It's for them to enjoy engaging with their classmates and learning with them.
Thank you po. Yes, ma'am?
Thank you. I'm Therese Abanalas from MSU IIT. Sir, I'm just curious, like part of the activity is getting students assessment, right, of the AI generated poem. I wonder if this is done in person and without the use of gadgets, because it is possible for the students, especially those who are not very sincere in learning, to prompt AI to make a student assessment from the point of view of a student, you know. So I wonder if the assessment is done in person and without any gadget. Thank you.
So this is an online, like a take-home exercise, no? So sinasubmit nila sa akin online yung kanilang outputs, including the poem by ChatGPT, their assessment of ChatGPT, and their original poem. So it is possible that, you know, yung even the assessment is AI generated. Pwede yon. I'm not discounting that possibility. However, I don't want to sort of, not that I don't care, but I don't want to, I'm done doing police work at this point. I would rather teach and enjoy, you know, the workshop sessions with my students. Kasi naranasan ko na yan the first year or so eh. Just doing hours and hours of police work. It was frustrating, it was anxiety-inducing. Kung meron pa rin gagamit ng AI, kung meron pa rin mag-cheat, meron pa rin mandadaya, that's on them na. We have to take care of ourselves too, of our mental health too, as teachers, no? We've done our part. Ilang beses natin pinaulit-ulit na be ethical, be honest, you know, kasi otherwise, anong pinagkaiba nyo sa mga corrupt, di ba? Kung nandadaya rin kayo, no? Yun yung ginigil trip ko na sila, no? Pero meron pa rin, hindi pa rin mawawala yan. I'm just gonna focus on teaching and focus on the students who really want to learn, right? Yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Yes, sir.
Good morning po. I'm Sherwin po from Ifugao State University, also a graduate student po at UP Baguio. I have a question lang po regarding sa ownership matter ng AI. Kasi I had a fair share of blunder din po with my students regarding AI. For example, may nagpasa sa akin sa estudyante, proudly sinabi niya na gawa niya yon, pero nung una kong binasa, prompt ang una kong nabasa. Tapos, meron pong event in our university na very big event in our campus. It was the intramurals. Tapos merong play na song. Tapos the song, nagulat ako, it's stating the name of the university, everything about culture, etc. I was shocked. Wow, nagpagawa sila ng kanta. Tapos binulong sa akin na yung kanta daw po is AI produced, as in with the beat, everything, with the lyrics and everything. Tapos, afterwards, they have claimed po, yung office na gumawa ng song, they have claimed that they produced the song. And sinabi nila na at least they have did some tweaking, they did some editing, parang nilocalize, contextualize yung song. So, for me, parang iniisip ko, is it ethical or where do we stand po? Is it okay to claim ownership sa gawa ng AI na ang point po nila is in-edit din nila? Is it ethical po to say that? Yun lang po.
Ako yan yung mga tanong na iniiwasan ko kasi ang hirap sagutin. Yung mga ethical concerns, no? In your example, so yung song was played sa buong school. So medyo malaking na yun, no? Malaking case na yun. I think that might involve na the department or the institution, no? In terms of yung kanilang paggamit ng AI to produce something. And did they claim that they wrote it themselves?
Di claim po na students po ang gumawa ng kanta. So, nag-generate, inedit-edit, tapos pinagawa sa AI na yung buong, yung beat, yung song, yun po.
Kasi in that case, talagang may klarong deception na, no? May pandaraya na. So, I think that might need an investigation na within the institution, no? Lalo pa na malaki yung audience nung na yan. Nung case na yan. Kasi it's a case-to-case thing but yung specific instance na yan mukhang malaki yung epekto. So I would suggest na yan, imbestigahan. At kayo, the institution should decide kung ano yung dapat gawin dyan, no? Hopefully, that helps.
Yes po. Actually, everybody just wowed. Parang they don't care if it's AI. Wow, amazing. Yun ang reaction ng lahat doon noon. So, yun po. Thank you so much po.
Si Sir po, dun sa dulo ng... Yes, team.
Yun, good morning po.
Good
Sir,
morning.
nakagalita ko, sir, hindi dapat ako magsasalita. Yung sa amin naman po is, kung sa inyo, sir, ay institutional level. Sa amin po ay regional level. Ayun. So, yung live pala ito, no? So, hala. So, yung university po namin yung host nung Culture and Arts Festival. So, sa mga SUCs, ano po yun. And then, the theme of the event po ay From Tradition to Transformation. So, ang naging issue po dito is, yung official soundtrack niya ay AI generated, sir. Parang ganun po yung nangyari. Tapos, ang claim lang po is yung lyrics ay ginawa nila, pero yung entire beat and is tunog Indian music. So yun po yung naging doon. And then may mga obvious talaga na slip-ups na halata mo talagang AI, like yung instead of Batangas, Batangas yung nasabi. So ang naging claim, well, hindi nag-solve po siya, at ang nangyari doon is instead of parang yakapin na lang daw yung ng AI. So parang gano'n. Sabi na nung iba is very ironic for an event na nag-aim na ma-develop yung creativity ng mga students. So, yun. Tapos ang nangyayari lang din po is yung dapat lang daw ma-disclose gamit ng AI. Pero yung sinasabi na po na nag-produce ay yun daw yung paraan niya ng pag-generate ng music. Yung ibang nagko-question daw sa kanya is perhaps they have their own, pero sa kanya yun daw po yung kanyang way. So siguro kailangan magkaroon ng disclosure sa paggamit ng AI doon sa isang creative work. Kasi parang nade-devalue yung nung artistry, lalo sabi ng iba na ang dami-daming mga artists diyan na pwede namang kunin yung mga students na bakit sa AI. So siguro yung sa disclosure lang talaga nung paggamit ng AI yung papasok. Pero yun nga, depende nga po, sabi nga po sir, if they will be honest enough to do it.
I agree with you. Siguro yung pinaka-safest for now is disclosure, no, as a measure. Pero the thing about itong generative AI, bigla itong sumulpot di ba nagulat tayong lahat ng 2022, no? At hindi lang, all institutions all over the world are parang still navigating and sort of nangangapa pa kung anong dapat gawin, ano ba yung mga parameters, ano pa yung rules. Certainly in my university, ganun pa rin, parang nag-a-adjust. And even, Ivy League institutions, nag-a-adjust pa, right? Because this is such a new technology, no? So, at this point, as teachers, ang pwede natin gawin is tayo na yung mag-set ng parameters sa classrooms natin until there is a, clear-cut, set of rules, no, or policies that would guide us how to navigate these cases. But yeah, that's why it's important to have, forums like this, conversations like this, para papunta tayo sa mas malinaw na regulasyon, policies, etc. on how to address the ethical implications of AI usage.
Yes po. Salamat dun sa mga questions natin about institutional concerns din on AI. Pero later din magkakaroon po tayo ng roundtable discussion with all of our speakers today para po mas mapalalim pa natin po siya. So yun, tuloy lang po tayo sa questions. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good morning. Sharma Tadeha from Occidental Mindoro. Hi. Question ko lang po, does Turnitin work? Kasi I've been using Turnitin for my subject English for academic and professional purposes. So, yun talaga po pinaparan ko sa kanila. Although wala po kaming, as an institution, DepEd, wala po kaming Turnitin account. So, usually ang mga bata, nagre-rent ba ang tawag doon? They online, nagpaparun sila ng kanilang work before submitting to me, yung kanila. So, kung nagwo-work yon. And then, I really do appreciate yung inyong activity po kasi napaisip kami na if ever na meron kaming contemporary Philippine arts next semester, maybe not poetry, but maybe image generating, and then they can, do something about it, talk about it, and then do their own image. Yan po. So, question, Turnitin works.
Yung Turnitin, ang alam ko, they check for similarities, right? I'm not sure kung they also detect AI content. They do. I know that in LaSalle, parang nagkaroon ng ganong feature and then hininto for some reason. Tapos parang may disclaimer na it's not 100% reliable, parang ganon. So, I wouldn't be able to tell you if Turnitin works. You mean as an AI content detector? Yeah, I'm not sure. But merong mga online, other websites that that can detect AI-generated content, although hindi na rin yata reliable. I've been seeing studies and even mga opinion pieces. I remember reading one article by a novelist. Yung first chapter ng libro niya, tinry niya sa, hindi ko alam kung zero GPT ba or something. Sinulat niya yun way before generative AI at lumabas na a certain percentage daw nung chapter na yon is AI generated. So that proves na hindi reliable ang mga AI detectors. No, ako even I get anxious about my own writing kasi baka mamaya pag chinek, ma-detect na AI, lalo na I use a lot of M dashes. So ngayon parang oh my God, kapag gumagamit ako ng M dash, medyo na-anxious na ako kasi it's suspect. No? So yeah, there was a time na medyo gumagamit ako, medyo madalas yung paggamit ko ng AI detector. But now, seeing that, there are reports na they're not 100% reliable, medyo kumalma na ako dyan, tumigil na ako dyan. As I said, ayoko nang maging police detective. Gusto ko na lang maging guro. So, yon. I hope that answers your question.
Yes po, other question.
Hello, Adrian. I really enjoyed your talk. I'm curious about what activities or materials you gave the students to develop their critical voice, because the feedback from M was really a good starting point. So how can we better equip students to actually make those kinds of critical assessments with the AI?
So for me, yung mga class discussions, like yung workshop sessions, very helpful sa kanila. Kasi nga, nagiging aware sila sa, like in terms of poetry writing, yung techniques, no? So mas nagiging sharp sila in terms of critiquing the poems, no? In terms naman of really engaging with ChatGPT, ako kasi, like whatever subject I'm teaching, whether it's, Philippine literature, art appreciation, creative writing, I always emphasize, sa beginning of the term pa lang, creativity and critical thinking. So, when we read texts, laging may discussion yan, no? And I encourage them to speak up. Of course, sometimes it's a challenge. Hindi lahat ng mga estudyante nagsasalita. Marami sa kanila nahihiya. But hindi lang ako tumitigil, no? I keep encouraging them to speak, no? And also yung even asking them about how they receive a specific work, how they felt. Hindi muna sa level ng anong ibig sabihin nito. Inuumpisahan ko sa anong naramdaman mo nung pinanood mo to, nung binasa mo to. Kasi yun, alam nila na walang tama or mali. Kasi sarili nilang reaction. So that sort of empowers them na, okay, valid pala yung naramdaman ko, no? Doon sa binasa naming text. And then tsaka natin sinesegue doon sa medyo mas na. But yeah, just them talking about their personal response to a film, to a story, to a poem, it matters to them. It empowers them.
Yes. Susog ko lang doon sa sinabi ni Sir. Sobrang importante kasi ngayon with the Gen Zs, yung validation na tinitingnan nila from us as authority figures in the classroom. So, a really good way to para ma-push din sila towards giving out their thoughts is to allow them na kung magkamali kayo dito, it's okay. That's what the classroom is for us to better the students. Tapos, tsaka sila makakapag-answer in structural or formalistic ways, especially when it comes to creative writing. So may question pa tayo sa likod.
Hello, good morning. Jill Servito from UEP Northern Samar. So my question is, how does prompting work in other genres or even workshops or the whole process? Because in poetry, it's more condensed, so the prompt could be in a way convenient to use. No? So for other genres, what other teaching techniques also we could use if we try to embrace or welcome artificial intelligence, especially if we cross to, for example, fiction or creative nonfiction?
I haven't used AI or I haven't included AI intervention when it comes to fiction writing. So I don't really have any suggestions on how to do that. But I suppose in terms of prompting, parang ideation, I don't know. But medyo ano rin yun eh. Ano ba? It's tricky, no? I would imagine parang something like yung ginawa ko rin sa poetry, no? Siguro if you have an idea for a story, AI could help you develop that story, parang ganon, no? But I think in my classes kasi, what I do, I emphasize process. Like, dinadaanan namin from ideation, brainstorming. Usually, nagsasubmit sila ng concept outline. And then, meron kaming feedbacking session. Halimbawa, group project, no? They will submit a concept outline. I'll sit with them. I'm gonna give them feedback, right? And then they execute. Once they execute, they submit something, I give them feedback again. So dinadaanan namin yung buong proseso from ideation to creation or production. I think that ensures, rather than, ito yung homework, ito yung kailangan yung gawin, 3 weeks later, papasa na. Hindi natin nakita yung proseso nila. Mas mataas yung risk ng pandadaya kapag ganun. That's why in my talk, I emphasized process. Mas yun yung pagtuunan natin ng pansin, mas yun yung i-evaluate natin. How engaged were they in the process of doing a particular project, more than the output. I think that's the parang nakikita kong safe way, no? Kahit gumamit man sila ng AI, na-witness ng mga estudyante yung proseso ng paggawa nila, pag-create nila. Right? At sinasabi ko rin sa kanila, bakit ito pinapagawa sa kanila? Bakit ko kayo pinagbe-brainstorm? Because this is what happens in real life. No? When you create something, dumadaan yan sa ideation, sa brainstorming, di ba? Feedbacking, revision, na ang isang idea, hindi siya ganun kadali na nagiging produkto kaagad. It goes through a process. So it teaches them, yun nga, creative grit, creative discipline.
Thank you po. So I think magandang place yun to stop dahil kaya din tayo 3-day event specifically for discussing AI. Meron pa tayong ibang talks that will discuss naman different tools that we can use or different applications like for example for CNF and short stories. Iba pang media na pwede natin paggamitan or infuse ang pagpasok ng AI or figure out kung paano yung pinaka-ethical way of including it in our modes of teaching. So, ayun. Thank you again, Sir Mark, para sa inyong napaka-rich na talk, no? So, at this point, we would like to present Sir Mark Ho with a certificate of appreciation recognition for sharing with us his time, expertise, and valued insights. So, nandito muli si Sir Vlad Gonzales, Likhan ICW Director, and Sir Charlson Ong, Workshop Director natin. Thank you po, Sir Mark. Again, tayo po ay naka-live stream. So, nakita... So, ingat po tayo sa paglaglag ng ating teacher. So, ano po, para lang din po sa ating, para hindi po tayo ma-distract na kailangan natin mag-take ng photo para maalala natin siya. Yung stream po natin ay nakapost sa Likhaan page for at least a month. Tapos, transfer po namin siya sa aming YouTube page din, I believe. So, kung gusto niyo po siyang balikan, naka-post lang po siya sa Likhaan page until a month. So, yun, para po tayo din ay maka-take time and be present sa mga talks. So, speaking of being present, kami magre-regalo na ng isang bonggang lunch break. So, tayo po ay magkakaroon ng isang... So, we will have an hour and 30 minutes para sa ating lunch. Tayo po ay magko-convene at 1:30 na naka-serve na po ang ating meals. So, pila na lang po tayo. Picture po muna tayo with the debutant. Charing. Pwede na po tayong pumayla sa likod. Salamat po and happy lunch, everybody. Po ba tayong lahat? Okay, sakto po dahil ang ating icebreaker ay isang sack race. Joke lang po. Sack race po pero sa ulo ang sako. Chika lang. Tuloy na po natin to. Wag na po tayo maglokohan para makarami tayo ng round table later. Okay, so our next speaker is Sir Philip Peckson here with his talk entitled Beyond Copy-Paste, AI Literacy, Ethics, and Classroom Policies. So Dr. Philip Peckson teaches Dante Alighieri's Inferno and Purgatorio at the University of Asia and the Pacific in Pasig City, where he is also an alumnus. He has also taught courses on Tolstoy's Anna Karenina, Homer's Iliad, and Urban Humanities. Tama naman. Okay. He earned his doctorate in English language and literature from Ateneo de Manila University. From 2021 to 2022, he served as Vice Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences and is now its incoming Dean. Philip also researches urban studies and urban geography and advocates for walkability in Metro Manila through projects such as the 2024 Walkability Summit with the University of Melbourne and the Walkable Pearl Drive movement. Again, Dr. Philip Peckson.
Thank you so much for the introduction. So, national artist Gemino Abad, Sir Vlad Gonzales, and Sir Charlson Ong, thank you very much for the opportunity. And to my fellow teachers, good afternoon. So, there we go. Let me tell you about my context before I begin. When AI was born in 2022, the stance I adopted was conservative. No, I thought it was, like many teachers, I thought it was the perfect tool for cheating. And so I returned all of my classes to pen and paper, which I guess many of you also did. That was 2022. I think I remained the same, 23. 24, more or less the same. My use of AI was casual. No, write a poem. Oh, funny. No? Just that. But in 2025, I went on sabbatical. And in that sabbatical, I began to use AI seriously for research, for writing, and even for business. And my eyes were open. This is so powerful. So from conservative, I moved toward a risk-taking stance with generative AI. I use AI a lot. I spent most of this year on sabbatical, and I should have still been on sabbatical, but I was plucked out to be an administrator. And so what I'm about to tell you is my looking forward to 2025 when I teach again, 26 when I teach again, and the policies that I think I should enact vis-a-vis AI as an administrator of my college. And I should tell you, I have a ChatGPT Plus subscription. No, I pay for it personally. My university, although they claim to be AI forward, no one wants to pay for it. So I spend 999 pesos of my own money for ChatGPT Plus. What I'm about to tell you, kaya naman sa free, kaya naman, but there will be disruptions. No, kung maubos yung usage tickets for the day, ayan, wala na. Pero pwede naman. But really, I'm looking forward to the day that my students have subscriptions. I don't know the solution to that. How will they get that subscription? No, but then if your institutions want to take AI seriously, unfortunately, it's not free. No. Okay. So there are three possibilities when it comes to generative AI. Number one, it disappoints. Number two, AI is useful, but it's just a normal technology. In 2008, the year before the iPhone, everything that we can do now with our smartphones, we could have done in 2008, but on separate devices. You had your camera, you had your MP3 player, you had your laptop. So the smartphone seems revolutionary, but not quite. It's a revolution in convenience, but it's not on the same level as what AI might be. And number three, AI is as or more significant than the Industrial Revolution. It changes everyday life and the nature of work. This is the possibility that I am going to be assuming in this talk. And literally, this is where all the money is at. No, it's in number three. By 2028, the spending on data centers, just data centers, is projected to reach $3 trillion. Now, how to imagine $3 trillion? The budget of the United States was about $7 trillion last year. So $3 trillion by 2028 is half the budget of the US last year, just on data centers. So all that money and all that talent is going to making number three a reality. Okay, what explains all this exuberance? Why are people spending so much on AI? Well, for Gavin Baker of Iteratibong Management, really the goal is to build a digital God. Okay, for Ethan Mollick of Wharton School, there are two paths we can take when it comes to AI. We can take the small path, or we can take the big path. And his example is this. Now, if you're a brewer, you brew beer, and automation comes to your factory. What can you do with automation? You can cut down your workforce from 50 to 20 and save money. That's the small path. Or you can do a Guinness and use automation to sell beer all over the world. And what Ethan Mollick is suggesting is that we should take the big path when it comes to AI. Now, my faculty and myself for a very long time, we were mostly on the small path. We use AI for efficiency. Not write my email, summarize this, create an executive summary. I don't want to read all of this. No, small things that save me minutes or even hours in a day. But our students are moving toward the big path. Their AI use disrupts education. What have I heard? No, I only hear rumors from the grapevine in my university. No, but I've heard them enough that they're probably true. No, they'll record you. My students record me, right? And they create out of these recordings of my classes, the texts that we use, the notes on my blackboard, a virtual Dr. Peckson. That they can use to study or they can use to cheat. And they can pass on to the next batch. And if the next batch is smart, they will add old Dr. Peckson with new Dr. Peckson, put the two together. And maybe one day it might end up better than me. Okay. As an academic manager, I like disturbing a sense of safety. I'm not always like that. No? But in the context of my college right now, they need disturbing. And with AI too. Many of my teachers are quite confident that they can ignore AI. Okay, they say things like this. And I too said things like this. I use AI detection software. And the best one on the market right now is Turnitin's AI writing detection tool, which is paid. It's a paid subscription. But it only has a 63% chance of detecting disguised text. Now, what is disguised text? If your students are smart, they will use AI and other tools online to disguise that that piece of writing was written by AI. Now, there are tools online, paraphrasers, etc., to disguise AI writing. And so there's a 4 out of 10 chance that Turnitin, which is the best, can get it wrong. So I tell my teachers, now what's the worst case scenario? The parents come, now I tell your student, you cheated. Now file a case. The parents come, I hate that, I think we all do, right? And the very worst, thankfully it hasn't happened to me, the lawyers come. And I can't tell the lawyer, you know, there's a 4 out of 10 chance that I'm wrong. Patay ako dun. No, patay ako dun. So you have to be, your case has to stand up in court. No, I tell my teachers that. And that used to be fairly easy to do with plagiarism. Here's the source, here's your writing. Come on, right? But with AI, it's impossible. And Turnitin only has a 23 to 57% chance of detecting hybrid texts. And what are hybrid texts? Some parts are human, some parts are AI. And I think most of the texts we receive as teachers, or maybe even we produce, since we also use AI, are hybrid texts. So again, the lawyers before me, you mean to say there's a 50% chance that you're wrong? Oh, I got you. Right? I got you. Okay, my teachers also like to say this, and I too said this before. No, it's just a word predictor. It's just a word predictor. But AI is a black box, and let me tell you something that I read about GPT-4. This was not even 5, no, this was GPT-4. They gave it a visual-spatial problem. I don't remember the objects, but I think if you have eggs, I think 9 eggs, 9 eggs, a book, a laptop, a bottle, a nail, and maybe there's 1 or 2 more. How do I balance this on top of each other so that they are stable? And GPT-4 was able to explain how you balance these objects on top of each other so that they are stable. how did it do that? Akala ko text lang yung alam niya. So the designers behind GPT-4 could not even answer why their product was able to explain. And in fact, we don't really know why AI comes up with what it comes up with. No, it's a black box. It's not. Maybe it is a word predictor, but then that might be taking it too simply. And of course, I come into this with my own awe when using AI for deep work. I tell my teachers too, now look, the foundational paper on generative AI was published in 2017. ChatGPT was released in 2022. So the foundational paper is less than 10 years old. And look where we are now. Paper pa lang yan, white paper, less than 10 years old. So where will the next 10 years take us? Okay, the digital god that all this money wants to create is artificial general intelligence. Okay, and what is AGI? A program that can do 8% better than most people at certain tests, such as bar exams for lawyers or logic quizzes, according to Jensen Huang of NVIDIA. Talking to a model that had achieved AGI would be indistinguishable from talking to a human, Alan Turing. AGI will have been reached when a model is given $100,000 and turns it into $1 million without instruction. From Mustafa Suleiman, co-founder, DeepMind. The race to AGI may determine who leads the world. Even China is pouring a lot of money into AGI. Okay, and we only have 8 years, maybe. At 8 years is the average of AI luminaries' estimate of how long it will take for AGI to arrive. Okay, when AGI arrives, potential global GDP growth may be 20%. Now, just to help you imagine this, GDP growth last year was just 3.1%. Now, GDP growth from year 1 AD to the 1700s was just 0.1% per year. So 20% is a different world. And if the world grows by 20%, this is Sam Altman's solution. If we lose all our jobs, right, but the world is growing by 20% per year, what's the solution? Universal basic income. In short, wala kang trabaho, but you're guaranteed a living income every month. No? Pwede ba yun dito? I don't know. Okay, if we assume that AGI will be achieved, and as I said, all this money, all this talent is trying to achieve that. How should we teach? How should we teach? Or because there are so many unknowns, maybe the correct question is, what attitude do I take toward AI? And I used to be conservative, notebook kayo lahat, ballpen, write everything down. And that's fine, I might go back to that. No, I might go back to that. But I've become more entrepreneurial when it comes to AI. I think it's worth the risk. All right, I can think of AI as a form of capital that can profoundly increase productivity. So the question is, where do I risk it? And if AI is a form of capital, I can make a mistake where I invested it. Now, I can over-risk and lose big, or I can under-risk and nothing really happens and my colleagues tell me, wala namang ginawa yan. So where do I risk it? All right, there are 3 tensions in education that AI can loosen. One is the tension between speed of feedback and quality of feedback. 2 is the tension between attention, teacher attention, and class size. If your class size is too big, teacher attention per student falls. Or 3, between standardization and personalization. I mean, we all know the white standardization is tempting, no? But then we do know too that we should personalize education. How to have both. Okay, the elephant in the room, at least in my institution, people don't want to talk about this, is AI for assessment. Is AI for assessment, for grading. All right, levels of performance and grading labor. Excellent papers are so easy to grade. They're a pleasure to read. Ang sarap, no? Terrible papers are medium difficulty. Because they're so bad, it's easy to tell what went wrong. The hardest ones to grade are the mediocre papers. How do I explain a student who got 84 or 82 for you to go to 88, which is the next grade level? How to do it? Mahirap. Mahirap. So in my institution, a few papers are excellent, a few are terrible, most are average. So most of the papers I grade are the hardest type, which is the mediocre paper. So students need rich feedback quickly, but rich feedback takes time to write. Okay, let me go back to that for a while. Now, I have some colleagues who magically and superhumanly can grade 100 papers a week with rich feedback. Pero wala na silang ginagawa kundi yun. No, ayaw nila mag-research, ayaw mag-extension, gusto lang turo. But, alam mo, Ched won't accept that, diba? So, and there are some teachers like me when I was much younger, or my younger colleagues, na yun lang yung ginawa at na-burnout. At na-burnout. Okay. The rich world way of solving that problem is tapunan nyo ng pera. That's by ChatGPT, that illustration. No, hire teaching assistants. Now, how do you give rich feedback quickly? Hire teaching assistants. But then we all know how unfeasible that is, no, in the global south. So AI can give rich formative feedback instantly and cheaply. It is an opportunity for universities in the global south. All right, I adopted this framework for the class I plan to teach. This is by Mormando, I forget his first name, sorry. Anyway, ayan yung source. No? Red light, yellow light, green light. Now, red light, AI usage is not permitted. Yellow light, permission from the teacher is required. And green light, students are encouraged to use AI. All right, I adapted this into what I call red days, lab days, and green days. Now, for red days is for the labor of interpretation. This is the old-fashioned days, where it's just me, my students, and the text. Major evaluative assessments will be done on safe exam brow. I'll explain that later. And on red days where we don't use AI at all, maybe I will even say no devices, get the devices off your table. And it's just me, the students, and the text. If I do that well, and I hope I have some good days, I've been teaching for 15 years. No? If I do that well, maybe I'll earn their trust. Maybe I'll earn their trust. Lab days or yellow day, where we probe the limits of how AI can help teaching and learning. I train and guardrail the AI students will use, and internet access is limited to a white list. What Safe Exam Browser can do for you, it's a free tool for both Mac and Windows, is let's say you don't want your students to handwrite. Because that might be a bit unfair. Maybe the students have never written much by hand in their lifetime. So asking them to write by hand might be pushing it. Even for me, I hate writing by hand. No. So what Safe Exam, you install it on their laptops, or they install it on their laptops, and it locks down the laptop, and they can only access URLs that you whitelist. So for me, in my case, that URL will be the particular assignment page in Canvas that they have to submit to, and the AI that I will design for them. Free yun, free. Safe Exam Browser is free. And green days, these are days for students to use what they learned in lab days and for demonstrating trust. All right, let me emphasize, no, that a red light during your entire course is a legitimate policy. That's fine if you want to take that stance toward AI. But because you're here, maybe you don't. No? Maybe you don't. Okay. Operationalizing lab days. I will create a custom GPT, which I will call George, but you can name it whatever you want. I will name this GPT George, and George knows my text, my syllabus, my discussions, my notes, my writing on that text, my rubrics, and kung pwede, any secondary sources. But we usually don't use secondary sources when I teach Dante. So I will create a virtual me. And then I will have Safe Exam Browser, and as I said, it will whitelist just 2 URLs, George's and the assignment page on Canvas. So students work on a very short essay or other written activity in class. They submit to George and receive detailed feedback and a grade on their own laptops. And they may do this an unlimited number of times as long as the class hasn't ended. Now, and I will provide an opt-out. No, for those who are uncomfortable with AI, sige, nandun ako. You can talk to me. My hope is that not everyone opts. Kasi if too many opt out, sira lahat to. So my hope is that they will want to use AI. Because, you know me, I'm a human being, and I'm not always eloquent at first try, especially when it comes to new ideas in literature. It takes me like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 passes at an idea before I feel like I'm clear enough for my class. But do students have patience for Dr. Peckson's 5 tries at an idea? Maybe not. Maybe not. Do I have time for 5 tries with each student in that? No. So AI might not be as good as me, maybe, right? But it's always clear. It's always clear. Okay. And at the end of this, students submit 2 files. Their final output, including George's last feedback and grade. Actually, number 2 includes number 1. And their complete chat log with George. No, so Canvas will accept 2 files from my students, or actually just one thing. No, just their complete chat log with George, which will include the final grade that they receive. Okay, why do I need the chat log? Because I have another AI, which I will name Walt. And you can name your AI whatever you want. No? And Walt is just like George. It knows our text, it knows our rubric, it knows me, it knows my ideas, it knows my discussion, etc. And what can Walt do for me? George is student-facing and has no memory. Now, each time a student starts a chat with George, George will not remember the previous chats, but Walt will. Okay, so, sorry. I will feed into Walt all the chat logs that I harvest from my students. And so Walt will now be able to track and tell me the performance of my students. Hopefully, it's able to remember all this, and I think it will, from day 1 of the class to the last day. So if Walt knows each and everything, if Walt knows every text that the student submits during lab day, and it knows all the iterations of the text that the student submitted, and it knows all of the interactions of that student with it, from the beginning of the class to the last day, what can it do for me? It can give me tailored interventions for struggling or outperforming students. No? Is this something that you do? No, you customize for each student in your class. Maybe if you had 20, pwede. But if you had 100, and then your dean wants you to research too, and your dean wants you to do extension too. Ito, mahina ako dyan. It can give me ideas for activities other than the traditional essay. I have a bad imagination when it comes to that. No, some of my colleagues in the university can really come up with very creative assessments, but ako, essay lang yung naiisip ko. So I'm biased toward that. So what I need is someone to tell me what else I can do. No? And so if Walt knows my students and our material and my teaching, it can do that for me. It can also help me self-assess. You know how uncomfortable self-assessment is. No? Your dean or your senior teachers are there sitting behind your class. Oh no. No. But Walt can, every day I can ask it, given my objectives, how is my teaching? What can I do better? I can even ask it, what insights are my students gaining from my class? And then this last question, which is important for me, no? Because Dante, I hope they don't just get cunning and cunning and savvy with Dante. But I want them to gain wisdom too. So I can ask Walt, have my students grown? Have my students grown? This is something we can only assume after a class. No? A student with a 1.0 or a 100 does not necessarily mean that student is wiser. But maybe Walt will be able to tell me something. Okay, how is this ethical? And number one is from a column on the New York Times, an ethicist's column on the New York Times, where a teacher approached or wrote the ethicist on NYT and asked, like, I use AI for grading. Oh no, like, am I being unethical? And I like how the ethicist answered it. No, seasoned teachers already know how to grade papers. I've spent 15 years grading papers. Is that the skill I should spend all my time on today? Probably not. Of course, the obverse is if you're new, maybe you should spend all your time grading papers. But if I've been grading for 15 years, maybe my students will trust me that I can stay on top of the AI. How is this ethical? Number two, competence demonstrated during AI free days, I hope will buy me trust. Right? If I'm a mess on the AI free days, sabog, unprepared, I think I'll abort everything and go back to pen and paper. But if I can demonstrate to my students, I know my stuff, I know how to teach, I'm there for you, right? Maybe they will trust me with AI. And I'll provide an opt-out. Of course, that's a risk, right? Because everyone might opt out. Number four, for major assessments, I will give my own grade. The lab days are only for formative assessments, no? There's the small ones, small stakes. For major assessments, I will give my own grade so that my comparison with an AI grade has a basis in my own judgment. And I will promise my students I will read all of their submissions. All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you po, Dr. Peckson. I think that Sorry po. I'm sure it opened up a lot of questions sa atin because we've always been so averse or lagi tayong cautious when we talk about AI. But with what Dr. Peckson has shown us, there are really techniques for us to even maximize yung paggamit natin while still remaining on top of everything. Na kahit na gumagawa na tayo ng systems or in prompts could be provided with the students, napapakita pa rin natin na tayo pa rin yung in charge of everything. And again, in control pa rin tayo sa mga situations na nakakreate natin in class. So, do we have any questions right now?
Hello po, sir.
Hello.
First, I have question, but it's aligned with the entrepreneurial part.
Yeah,
Since
yeah.
you mentioned that you actually use that for entrepreneurial part, so first, how was the experience po of using that in terms of streamlining?
You mean
Yeah,
for
the j-
business,
yeah,
AI for business?
yeah.
Is that what you're asking?
That's just a side question
Ah,
anyway.
okay. No, 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 no. Sige,
But the
yeah.
question in relation to this one is
Okay, I'm part of a family business.
that's right.
And then yung problema sa family business, the people on top are not necessarily the people who know. Right? They're just the son of the owner. Right?
The SEOs.
But yeah, SEOs. So the family business I'm in, the industry I'm in, although I'm interested in it, wala akong alam. But I have to make the decisions. Paano yan? Do I hire consultants? Ayaw naman ang bigyan ng pera. No, but I have to make decisions. There's something here that the older generation are not paying attention to. I'm put in charge in it. On charge of it? What do I do with it? And AI helped me a lot. It helped me a lot. It helped me think through that. So that's to answer your first question. Go ahead.
And for
Yeah.
the second one, sir, aside from those that you were able to present to us as policies, what are some of the more detailed in terms of limitations and parameters that you already included?
Well, you know, like Professor Ho, I'm sick of policing. I'm sick of that. It takes so much time, right? So, you know, I was in a, sorry, Chatham House rules, you know, I was in a group of AI, of administrators from various schools. I just can't disclose, no, where the schools. But I can tell you what we talked about. No? You know, since AI is such a moving context, it's such a fluid context, right? We can create policies, but by the next year, maybe we'll have to change them. No, and then you can have your students sign all, you know, disclose to me everything. But they'll cheat anyway, right? So what do? Do I create for myself bureaucracy to make myself feel better and for the accreditor, right? We said in that meeting, no, maybe the best stance is full-on experimentation, full-on risk-taking. Let's see how far we can take this. If you go too far, pull back. Go too far, pull back, yeah. Yeah.
Do we have any more questions? Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Hi.
I'm curious about the student feedback working with AI. What was their siguro reaction to the Walt and
You know, okay,
George bot?
okay. I was completely transparent with this, no. When I accepted the invite for this talk, no, I told them, look, I've been on sabbatical for 8 months. I haven't taught. Before I was on sabbatical, my stance toward AI was conservative. Pen and paper. So now I've been on sabbatical and I've been using AI a lot, almost every day for serious projects, writing, research, business. How do I do it? No? So this is my plan. And I'm sure it will work, but the details of it, there's no way. You know, when you're a new teacher, how do you learn how to teach? Right? In my university, we were just thrown to the wolves. Right? Bahala kayo dyan. in the classroom, no? And I'm sure that the schematic will work. Walt is possible, George is possible. Interaction of students with George is possible. I can feed Walt everything they produce. That's possible. But the fine things, I don't know. Will it hallucinate until it becomes so unreliable? I don't know. I will find out next year. And maybe you can ask me how it did. But the technique, the mechanics of it will work. From my experience with AI, no, it will work. Yeah.
I guess to add din sa sinabi, sa examples ni Sir on the red days and the lab that you can create using the systems nga na gusto nating i-alpha test. Aside from earning your students' trusts during the red days, it's also a nice practice, no, na you have days that you're teaching them one-on-one or at least diretso sa kanila, and then you have AI. So it's actually at the same, parang simultaneously collaborate with the students on letting yourself know na, okay, this is the trend that the students are now interested in, or kaya nilang mag-participate on how they want to be taught or how they want to learn in class. Still, again, yung parameters as you go along, as bilang fluid nga yung AI, that's how we understand then how better to find para ng students natin. So do we have any more questions? Yes.
Hi, sir. Just very quick one.
Sure.
You said if you go too far, if you get too far, then you fall back. But how far is far?
You know what I'm worried about is maybe George will disobey my guard railing and give them the final output. Right? It might do that. Now, ChatGPT has a new study mode. I'm not sure if it can be applied to custom GPTs. But then I have a colleague who uses AI even more than I do, and he says you can guardrail it. You can guardrail it to make sure it doesn't give the students the final output. In short, they cheat. Right? In short, they cheat. That would be going too far. Going too far would also mean it works so well on those days I'm on vacation. It's like exam days. Students hate exam days, but teachers were okay with it because we just sit there, right? Will it turn out that way? Well, that's a high quality problem, right? If it works so well, I disappear. But that's a problem for me in my future, right? Anong gagawin ko? Actually, kung mangyayari yon, I won't be so sad. I won't be so sad. Yeah, parang hindi ko na yan, that's not just my problem. Kung mangyayari yun. Those two things are what I can come up with right now. I become useless, or George is useless because he just is a cheating machine, perfected by the teacher. No, so I'm really hoping that my guard railing, kasi pwede yung custom GPT, you can customize it further after creating it. So if I notice that my students are using it to cheat because nakikita ko naman yung logs nila and baka sabihin sa akin ni Walt, oy, they're cheating. Then I can guardrail it. But it can happen, ma'am, no, that no matter how I guardrail, my students are just so cunning. Na na-overcome nila yung guardrail. Pag ganon, when I discover that, wala na to. Maybe I should tell my class that from the beginning. Look, we can abort this. Okay, balik tayo sa traditional teaching. With safe exam browser, ayoko magbasa ng handwriting eh. But so, the only thing that will remain of this scheme is safe exam browser. Susulat kayo doon. Thank you.
Yes. Any more questions? Yes.
Hello. I think my journey with AI is kind of the opposite of yours, sir, because when I first encountered it, I was excited. I didn't really, I understand the concerns about cheating and about assessment, but from my take, students who will cheat will find a way to do it with AI or anything else. So my question is, if AI makes cheating easy, is there a part of this where the question becomes, how do we control AI, or how do we change the way we test them? Because AI is a tool that they have. So does it call for a change in the way we assess them instead of turning all of our efforts into controlling the tools that they use?
Okay, you asked me a question that I'm weakest at. To be honest, because for the last 15 years, hindi ko talaga mabitawan yung essay. Because I like writing. And I think it still is the best test of a student's ability. After all these big schools, they ask for essays. No, when you want to join them. Hindi ko talaga mabitawan yung essay. So should I change my assessment? That's where I need Walt. I'm a one-track mind when it comes to this, Walt. I can't think of anything else. Help me. Right? Maybe it will help me. Maybe it will function as something like my colleagues in the university who think of amazing ways to assess their students. Whereas me, essay. So maybe it will help me. Did I answer your question? Sort of. Right. Maybe I'll come home to where you are too. No, balik. again, this is an experiment. It's entrepreneurial. It could fail. It could fail. If it fails, like an entrepreneur, I learn something from it. No?
Good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
I'm Ona from MSU IIT Iligan. Since you said that you're using AI for research, deep work, how do you feel about the product of AI? Do you feel that it's more of your product because of the prompts that you have, or it's really the work of AI? And how do you feel about sharing prompts? Because because personally, because it's for me, AI, my use of AI is for experiment, and I'm very like selfish of my prompts. So how do you feel about sharing prompts?
I've received the gift of prompt from colleagues. You know, they're fine with it. I've never encountered someone who's protective of their prompt. But I understand, no? I understand because there are prompts that are amazing, right? I'm not there yet. You know what I do? I learned it from my colleague who uses AI more than I do. Maybe you know this already. You can tell ChatGPT to make your prompt 10 over 10, right? And it will help you prompt engineer. And if you don't like it, you can tell it to remove the parts you don't like. But usually you get something useful. So that blew my mind away when my colleague told me that you can create a chat just for prompt engineering, and GPT can engineer it with you. Yeah. So I'd like to think I'm more open to just, I've told my classmates, my students this, my colleagues this, 10 over 10 prompt works really well. Yeah.
Any more questions? Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Ses from Dalwas Analunsod
Hi,
na
Ses.
Lucena.
Yeah.
When the students are using ChatGPT, for example, or using AI, they actually think that they are outwitting the teachers. They believe that they are cheating, that the act is cheating. But what is your take on changing the way students think, that instead of using AI to cheat, they will see AI as a tool? Because we have to consider the fact that AI is part of our future. So, bahagi na po siya ng buhay natin. So, I don't think we can go back to the practice na wala yung AI. So maybe instead of thinking ng mga estudyante na inuuta kanila yung teacher nila kasi gumagamit sila ng AI, why not magkaroon na lang po ng declaration that AI-assisted yung output? In a way, the students will still claim their voice, but at the same time, will not believe that they are cheating.
Okay. When I first used ChatGPT, I too thought, like many teachers, this is for cheating. But what changed my mind was when I used it seriously. Right? That's a Rubicon. When you cross that, iba na. Right? When your use of AI is casual for jokes, no, make this into a poem, ha ha ha, sing for me, right? Okay. But then once you cross that river, now you use it with great seriousness. And maybe I can help my students get there. I'm in that classroom after all, right? If I'm not made useless by AI, I'm there looking at their screen saying, oh, how are you doing? No? Maybe I can help them use it seriously. Right? And that might change their minds. And again, I have Walt. Hopefully, all of this whole effort depends on Walt. No? That Walt might be able to tell me a thing or two about how my students are using AI. Right? Of course, I'll try and go from one to the next and talk to them, but then there are too many of them for that. So I'm relying on AI to be more productive. Yeah. Thank you. I hope I answered your question somewhat. Yeah. Thank you.
Other questions po?
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Avin from Samar, sir.
Hi, Alvin.
Unfortunately, I just met AI this year, early January, because I got tired of checking the outputs of my students or identifying whether it's human or not. So I had to learn AI by myself because AI was not still trending in our university. So I bought a premium. Kasi sabi is ano daw para because I had to be advanced than my students kasi my students are very good already. So I have to learn faster and I think I can learn more if I get a premium and then discover things. And later on, I find it amazing and then attended seminars, workshops. And still, my university is not having a policy about it. So my question is, should schools have a universal policy on the use of AI or just allow teachers have their own?
You know, again, in that conversation with middle managers, middle academic managers, and one president, there was one president in that room. The middle managers were really leave us alone, right? Let us experiment with AI. Don't clip our wings already. We don't even know what the future holds already. You're already putting limits. No, and I tend toward that. My president might not like that I'm saying that, right? But then, you know, the single university president in that room who was super AI forward, I just can't tell you what school is leading, no? This is how he treats the students. All of them have ChatGPT plus subscriptions. And for him, that ups the bar. Like, you submit this in my AI ka, and this is all you can come up with. Right? No? This is all you can come up with. You have, in 8 years' time or less, you might have a super intelligence in your fingertips, and hanggang dun ka lang, bagsak. Right? Even if that's in perfect English, but that's all. You have AGI. That's all. So, the standards are higher.
Other questions po?
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe good afternoon, Sharma from Occidental Mindoro.
Hi.
Naano lang po ako kasi baka hindi ko lang nakuha masyado. But you know, George and Walt is a customized AI from ChatGPT Premium.
Yes, I don't know. Can the free account create custom GPTs? Kasi the free account changes, it gets more and more powerful. So baka today pwede na. Pero may usage limits lang. Parang dalawa lang, isa lang. You can only give it 10 prompts a day. So medyo mahirap gamitin in class. Especially for this design na maraming prompts na ibibigay yung student. But yeah, those are two custom GPTs that are shareable. But I won't share Walt. Walt is just for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
And also, your lecture also answered my question kanina. Turnitin is not that reliable in
No, it's not. No, so
using it. Yeah.
so it will not withstand the scrutiny of parents. You will melt before lawyers if that's what you use. No, yeah. So it's not very useful. Yeah, and we have no recourse. That's already the best that the industry produces. We have no recourse. Okay.
Okay. Do we have any more questions?
Thank you.
Yes.
Sir, any plans offering master in AI education para makapag-enroll kami?
AIM just launched one. AIM, but I'm sure super mahal yun. But they did, I think just a week or two ago. Meron na, AIM. Sorry, I'm from the humanities. I don't think I can.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So at this point, we'll present the certificate for Dr. Philip Peckson. Thank you po sa sobrang
Thank
deep
you,
na
everyone.
conversation na to.
Thank you.
We would like to present Dr. Peckson with a certificate of appreciation recognition for sharing with us his time, expertise, and valued insights with Dr. Gonzales and Sir Charlson Ong. Thank you. Okay, so hello. So bago tayo officially pumasok na naman sa isang break, siguro isang message na lang bilang isang message mula sa akin na ating kinukuha mula sa main AI naman ng ating generation, no? Ang AI naman ngayon ay pawang gabay lamang. May free will tayo at gamitin natin ito. Dahil ang una nating AI talaga is Zenaida Seva. All hail, rest in power po, madam. So sa ngayon po, tayo magkakaroon ng 30-minute break. Meron po tayong ipapapasang papel para din po mailagay na natin ang questions natin for the roundtable discussion later para mas directed po yung conversations natin later. So may ipapasa po around si Miss Lexi. At tapos yun, for our break, you can go to the restroom or coffee. Tapos i-announce din namin pag ready na po ang ating snacks. Maraming salamat. context everything we have learned today. We'll be having a roundtable discussion with our panelists, Dr. Ramon Guillermo, Dr. Philip Peckson, and Professor Adrian Ho. Our moderator will be Professor Rex Nepomuceno. Rex Sandro M. Nepomuceno is an assistant professor of performance and rhetoric at the Department of Speech Communication and Theater Arts, University of the Philippines, Diliman. His research and creative work mobilize critical island studies, aesthetics, and experimental practices. He writes poetry, plays, and performance text. He currently serves as the Deputy Director of the Likhaan UP Institute of Creative Writing. Again, Professor Rex Nepomuceno. Also, Dr. Ramon Guillermo, inayayahan na po kayo dito sa harap. Professor Adrian Ho and Dr. Philip Peckson, dito na po tayo sa ating chairs sa harap. Salamat po.
Hello. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Muli po ako po si Rex. Ako po ang magpapacilitate ng ating roundtable discussion ngayong hapon. Na-receive po namin, of course, lang susubukan kong i-arrange at pagsamahin yung mga kaparehas na natanong. Medyo marami ang mga tanong natin. Okay, kasi may time pa naman tayo, syempre. Siguro simula ko po itong table discussion natin kasi marami dun sa mga tanong ay related sa institutional na policies natin regarding sa AI. Kanina nung pagkatapos ng ating mga speakers, marami rin po yung lumilitaw na ganitong mga katanungan. Gusto ko lang pong bigyan ng konteksto bago ko ibigay sa kanila itong tanong regarding dun sa institutions. Kami po, or yung karamihan po sa mga teachers na nagtuturo ng creative writing ay nakabase sa Kolehiyo ng Literatura dito sa Hello. Ayan. Nitong nakaraan lamang po na linggo, nagkaroon kami ng AI policy workshop doon sa aming college. At gusto ko pong ibahagi na yung naging approach namin pagdating doon sa policy making sa AI ay hindi magkaroon ng isang umbrella na policy pagdating sa kung ano ang gagawin ng iba't ibang departamento sa loob ng kolehiyo. Natunton na medyo imposible na gawin ito, especially dahil iba-iba yung tipo ng AI din na ginagamit at madalas gamitin per department. Siguro po yun yung isa sa mga lumitaw kaagad na katanungan doon when we talk about AI, ano nga ba yung AI na pinapatungkulan natin kasi wide range ang artificial intelligence Nabanggit po doon na kapag sa English at sa literature, malamang ay related sa LLM at sa large language models ang tawag dito concern nila. Pero pagdating naman sa halimbawa mga kurso na may related na sa arts at visual arts, etc., mas nagiging concern din yung pag-generate ng image, pag-generate ng videos. Pero ang isa rin po na tumimo doon sa natin na yon, doon sa naging workshop na ito, na marami rin po din na inabanggit ng mga speakers natin kanina, is that hindi na po pwedeng i-prohibit, hindi na pwedeng ipagbawal or hindi i-engage head-on yung AI. O kumbaga, i-brush under sa ilalim ng rug, so to speak. Pero siguro gusto ko pong itanong din po sa ating mga bilang suporta din sa ilang mga nagtanong dun sa papel, sa kani-kaniya po yung mga institution, meron na po ba kayong mga policies din po na ipinapataw sa inyo? Halimbawa po si Professor Ho ay taga DLSU, si Professor Peckson po ay sa UANP, si Sir Bowman po ay sa sa UP. So tatanungin ko lang po bilang paunang tanong siguro may policies po ba na ang inyong mga institution at maaari po ba kayong magbahagi hinggil doon sa mga policies na ito kung meron man? Kung wala po, sa tingin niyo po ba may pangangailangan na urgent ngayon na magkaroon ng policies dito? So, any of you po, siguro ay maaari pong sumagot nito.
With De La Salle University, meron nang nailabas na parang initial, policies regarding the use of AI. Generally, the sentiment or the idea is yun nga, openness to exploring its yung pedagogical potential ng AI, no? But kanina nga, as I was speaking to Sir Charlson, sa literature medyo mahirap kasi it's about creative writing and using your own abilities to write a creative work. So medyo mahirap i-navigate as a department. Wala pa kaming clear, guidelines, no? Although kasi divided din there are faculty members who are sort of talagang no, we can't, very conservative yung stance against or surrounding the use of AI. Meron namang more exploratory. But I feel like the conversation is still ongoing, although meron nang nirelease na policies, ano pa lang to, parang initial policies pa lang. The conversation is still ongoing. Also, there are measures to sort of parang educate teachers on how to properly integrate AI in their classrooms. Like right now, may mga workshops that we need to undergo. Again, as an effort, no, to sort of acquaint ourselves and equip ourselves in terms of how to properly incorporate AI use in the classroom. I think that's what I can say at the moment in terms of what DLSU is doing when it comes to AI.
We have no policy, or we have one, but it's very vague and it lacks detail. So maybe you can call it, we're behind the curve, I can tell. In fact, DLSU is one of our models if we ever get there. You might say it's a bad job. The policy is very vague, but because it's a bad job, it has good effects. It allows a maximum of experimentation. So I don't know what the leadership of the university will decide eventually, but while I have this space to experiment, I'm going to take it. They may clamp down hard. I hope they don't. They probably won't. But if they do, so maybe if this succeeds, while I can still do it, I can tell them like, hey, look what I did.
Meron sa website ng UP, makita ninyo. Originally, may nilabas nung talagang pumuputok yung AI, may nilabas na parang guidelines. At nung una ko nabasa, panisipan ko parang hindi maganda yung pagkakagawa. Parang abogado yung gumawa. Kasi kailangan mo more, ano ba yung may technology, yung merong pagtingin doon sa panglipunan, o kaya pangkultura na epekto, o kaya edukasyon, di ba? Kung ano epekto sa edukasyon, sa mga guro, di ba, sa mga mag-aaral. Pero kapag abogado yung gumawa, kagad-agad kung ano ng mga restriksyon, di ba? O kaya kung ano man yung mga legal na mga usapin na pumapasok sa pagpasok ng AI. Ngayon, meron kang makikita sa website ng UP na ang tinatawag nila ay Principles for Responsible and Trustworthy Artificial Intelligence. So, meron silang inihanin na ilang mga prinsipyo raw. Hindi ko na babasahin dito yung mga yan. Baka interested kayo, tignan nyo sa website namin. Pero sa pangkalahatan ay napaka-general lang ng kanyang pinapatungkulan. Halimbawa, common good, empowerment, cultural sensitivity, etc. Very general, no? And siguro ang malaman na aspekto ng polisiya na ito ay ang pagbubuo ng isang multidisiplinaryong UPAI Advancement Committee. Ibig sabihin ay may committee na bubuin ng mga mga guro natin, no, mga mananaliksik sa UP system na galing sa iba't ibang mga disiplina para pag-usapan kung ano ang magagawa kaugnay ng AI. Kaya hindi napakahirap kasi na gumawa ng mga masyado ng mahigpit na prinsipyo ngayon pa lamang dahil ang daming nagbabago. Kada buwan ay may nagbabago na may ibang mga development na nangyayari sa area ng AI. Kaya mahirap kagad-agad gumawa ng mga mahigpit na mga alituntunin, no? Kaya mas mainam na meron kayong committee talaga. Multidisciplinary committee. Tapos meron pang maliban sa multidisciplinary committee ay meron ding tawag dito. Ito sa ibaba ay multi-sectoral AI committee. Ibig sabihin, hindi na lamang yung mga akademiko natin, kundi yung buong sektor. Lahat ng mga sektor ng universidad, mga kawani, mga manggagawa ng universidad, komunidad ng universidad ay dapat kasama doon sa konsultasyon. Halimbawa, sa mga union, kakatapos lang ng collective negotiation agreement ng UP sa UP admin, ang lagi kong ina-advocate doon, magkaroon ng technological provision doon sa mga CBA o CNA para kapag nagkaroon ng pagbabago sa teknolohiya, kinakailangan kasama sa konsultasyon yung mga empleyado at mga manggagawa ng isang institusyon. Diba? Hindi pwedeng gumagawa ng mga desisyon tungkol sa teknolohiya na hindi kasama doon yung maapektuhan. Yung talagang gagamit ng teknolohiya na to, yung kailangan bumagay sa teknolohiya na to, kailangan may konsultasyon sa buong komunidad. Kaugnay niyan. Kaya sa palagay ko ay dapat igiit ito. Dapat lalong maging seryoso ang universidad doon sa sektoral at interdisiplinaryong pagtingin sa AI. Hindi pwedeng mga inhinyero lang ang hindi pwedeng mga abogado, hindi rin pwedeng mga inhinyero lang ang tumitingin sa AI.
Thank you very much po. Mag-move forward po ako dun sa ilang grupo ng questions dito. Nilabel na namin ito ng ethics dahil related pa rin dun sa ilan ng nabanggit ng mga speakers natin ngayong araw. Basahin ko po yung ilan siguro at baka pwede nating paglimian ng magkakasama na itong mga tanong na ito. Una po ay, how can we address the digital divide among students, knowing that not all students have access to AI tools or internet connection or even electronic devices? At pangalawa po, siguro on that term, at ito po ay siguro mas nandun na sa mode na maaari nating paggamitan yung mga students natin ng AI tools. But also, in relation naman sa labor ng teachers, is there also a possibility of employment theft among teachers because of the use of AI? So I think dalawang malaking questions. Employment theft, baka napapalitan na raw po ng ng AI ang mga teacher natin. Ayan po at may note pa po nga dito na example daw po, some students use it as a personal tutor that can provide adequate or adaptive pala na assessment. So dalawang tanong po una, paano kaya i-address yung digital divide, at pangalawa, may possibility kaya na may employment theft na maganap or yung anxiety perhaps na baka mapalitan ang teachers ng ng AI. Meron po ba sa inyo na gustong mag-address ng particular questions na yan? Sige po. Medyo mahirap na mga tanong. Sige pa.
I can answer, but I can say something about that. Okay, when computer graphics landed on the scene with Jurassic Park, yung pinakauna, 1990-something, 1994, there was a scare in the movie industry, mawawalan kami ng trabaho because of CGI. But what CGI actually did was it created new jobs. Now, there are people who say that the same thing will happen with AI. It will create new jobs. And the youngest who are going to grow up with it, who are going to be complete AI natives, will take advantage the most. But the caveat is, unlike CGI, CGI has a particular application. For movies, for film.
But AI is so general. Potentially, it could affect all intellectual work. So I can't answer the question, no, but I can paint two scenarios. One, it does create new jobs. That's the optimistic scenario. And two, it really is artificial general intelligence will come and many jobs will be lost. And so yung sagot ni Sam Altman, as I said a while ago, no, is 20% GDP growth, we can afford universal basic income. But is that the best solution?
Doon sa usapin ng digital divide, nakita na natin yan noong panahon ng pandemic eh. Matindi yung problema natin sa digital divide. Kaya naroon yung ating patuloy. Siyempre dapat na panawagan na mas tumino naman ang ating infrastructure, internet infrastructure, hindi lamang sa ating mga universidad. Dahil sa UP, ang pangit din ng internet dito eh, no? Ang pangit talaga, sobrang pangit. Kaya pag-usapan natin ng AI, ang sama ng internet. Na talagang kasama ka doon sa nasa divide pero nasa ibaba dito, kaya kailangan nating ayusin itong mga infrastructure na ito para kung sa usapin lamang ng demokratisasyon ng teknolohiya, ng ganitong klaseng teknolohiya, hindi lang ito kahilingan para sa ating mga institusyon, kundi kahilingan syempre sa ating mga DepEd, sa ating mga CHED, na ayusin yung mga digital infrastructure ng ating mga paaralan sa pambansang antas. Yun, kaya yun nga lang, baka naman may contractor na kumuha diyan, na kaya kailangan maayos din yung pagkagawa nitong, dahil malaking usapin tong kawalan ng access, Ngayon hindi ko sinasabi na hindi tayo dapat hindi tayo magiging critical, sa buong digital architecture na yan. Maraming mga problema itong digital architecture na ito. Pero ang isang kailangan pag-usapan natin yung access. At yun ang kulang pa rin sa marami.
Yeah, ako I agree with Sir Bowman, when it comes to yun nga, access sa technology, not everybody has that. I remember I was teaching in another school, and it was an English course, where kailangan ko ituruan paano gumawa ng resume. English course ito so business communication. And I remember asking my students, night class ito. I asked them to bring their laptops kasi gagawa tayo ng resume sa klase. And then during the break, may mga ilang estudyante na lumapit sa akin. Sabi sa akin, "Sir, wala po kaming laptop." Paano yun? Medyo na ako doon kasi it was a pretty, maraming mga mayayamang estudyante doon sa sa eskwelahan na yun. At it parang slipped my mind na may mga scholars din doon sa paaralan na yun. At parang nagising ako doon kasi hindi sumagi sa isip ko, so ang ginawa ko, nagpa-book na lang ako ng lab, doon na lang kami gumawa ng buti may ganong option. But yeah, I think we need to be aware din na may mga estudyante na walang access sa mga ganyang klaseng kagamitan, lalo na nga nung pandemya na kailangan ng internet connection, matibay na internet connection, but of course, yun yung dinadaing. So I agree with Sir Bowman's statement kanina na kailangan ng suporta from the institutions, from the government, to sort of raise or to improve the infrastructure, to make education, quality education accessible to all kasi maraming ang napapabayaan at hindi na napapakinggan, and even I as a teacher, naging eye-opener din sa akin yon na minsan sa dami ng responsibilidad natin, minsan hindi natin napapansin na meron tayong mga desisyon na kahit hindi natin sinasadya, na nakaka-alienate pala. So I was actually thankful to that to that group of students who approached me na hindi ko naisip pero isang malaking bagay na kinakaharap nila. So I guess what I'm trying to say then is na tayo bilang mga guro din na maging mas sensitive, no, sa mga estudyante natin na hindi lahat sila pare-pareho ng kalagayan. Merong iba na malamang na nanahimik, takot magsalita, pero anxious na. So yun lang, parang maging mas meron din tayong responsibility bilang teachers to be more sensitive, to be more attuned to the needs of everybody in the classroom. Yun lamang.
Salamat po. I think interesting na nababanggit yung pandemic dun sa conversation na to. Kasi tuwing may malaking cultural or technological shift talaga, yung pandemya, yung boom ng AI, na-reveal yung gap ng mga estudyante at natin din, ng mga guro na both economic at political din. So very interesting itong pagtakal natin dito sa shifts na ito. Ngayon po, punta po ako siguro dito sa next set siguro ng questions natin, related pa rin sa ethics ng AI. Tungkol po ito sa kung paano natin itong certain problems at issues connected sa AI ay ninanavigate natin at ninenegotiate natin. Halimbawa po, una, how do we navigate negative opinions of our colleagues regarding AI? Paano kung medyo mas conservative yung mga colleagues natin, ginajudge na pala tayo, kakancel na pala tayo, at ipopost na, uy, si ganito, nag-chat GPT ng kanyang slide presentation. But also, on more, siguro, other concerns po rito ay, dito, twice na na-cite na plagiarism ang AI, sinite si Chomsky dito na sinabi daw ni Chomsky na plagiarism ang AI. What are your thoughts on this? Another thing is, syempre, related sa environment, yung freshwater reserves natin at may environmental impact talaga ang AI at ang generative AI. So papaano natin ina-navigate ito? Dahil sa isang banda, tinatry natin na i-explore yung possibilities ng paggamit sa kanya, but also, sa bawat generate natin, may nagagamit tayo ng reserves dito. But also some questions lamang din, I think, na related doon sa mga nabanggit kanina na practices. Halimbawa daw, for Sir Adrian daw, doon sa kanina na binanggit na nag-generate ng poem, tapos ikikritik nila yung poem, at magagawa sila ng sariling poem. Paano daw kung chinat GPT rin yung response na, na poem pa rin doon sa kanila? Dinoble, and siguro another one, dun po sa ethical concerns na yon ay paano kung siya naman talaga yung nagsulat pero ni-run sa ChatGPT para i-refine, i-correct yung grammar, ano raw po perhaps yung stance natin doon. So siguro sa tatlong questions na yun po, pwede nating pagpilian kasi mas pag-negotiate talaga siya. Una, paano i-negotiate yung other colleagues natin na mas conservative? Pangalawa, yung environmental na impacts niya. Pangatlo, yung thoughts about plagiarism, thoughts sa pag-refine ng work na nagawa na naman talaga ng estudyante pero ni-run through para i-improve. So yun po, medyo maraming questions pero I think medyo related po siya, so ibato ko po para may time pa tayo dun sa marami pang questions na iba. Sige po. Any po, dun sa question siguro na yun? Not necessarily naman po lahat ay kailangan yung sagutin.
Sige, I think na yung question about paano kung yung response ChatGPT, I think nasagot ko na rin yun kanina, na I'm sure nangyayari yan. If ever na So far, wala pa akong nahuhuli na ganun yung ginawa, Kung may mahuli ako, kakausapin ko yan, of course. Hindi pwedeng hindi, aalamin ko kung bakit. Kailangan natin pakinggan, kung ano ba yung dahilan niya. for doing that. But like I said earlier, and I think si Sir Philip echoes this, no, na parang I'm done with police work, no, with detective work. Ang gusto ko na lang tutukan ay ma-instill sa kanila yung kanilang ethical responsibility na for them to use AI ethically and responsibly. Kung hindi nila siseryosohin yun, that's on them. Really, ang niloloko nila ay yung sarili nila. Because they are, losing or missing out on the opportunity to learn, to develop their skills, no? Na gagamitin nila beyond the classroom, right? When they start working, they would have to be creative. They will have to be critical. If they're not going to take that opportunity while they are still in school, that's really their loss, no? But again, if ever I catch somebody doing that, one of my students, I will speak to them and see what can be done. If a penalty or a punishment is necessary, then perhaps I'll do that. But yeah, it's going to be a case-to-case thing for me.
I remember a day, I'm old enough to remember the days when Wikipedia was demonized. Right? I remember nearly all of my colleagues were saying, don't use that. But I think its reputation is far better today. No, research came in showing that, no, actually it's pretty reliable. So that might happen with AI. After all, we're just 3 years in. I have to remind myself, no, we're just 3 years in. And things could change, especially when AGI arrives. And the other thing is that now I wonder if this will work, because my plan depends on this. No? I create an AI for my student, as I've told you, right? Will that be able to prepare them for the final requirement where they have no AI? Right? Where I lock down their computers, they're in my classroom, and all they can access is the exam page. No devices. Now, if my plan succeeds that the AI tutor can prepare them for that day, I'll consider it a big success. But then it could also fail. When I get the final exams back, halos lahat bagsak, that AI tutor did nothing. Now, I have to be prepared for that risk. So maybe my exams will be a little earlier so I can say, look, this didn't work. Sige, let's do something else, to be fair.
Kaugnay nung critical views sa AI. Of course, iba-iba yung mga critical perspectives sa AI. At syempre yung environmental aspect niya, talagang seryosong usapin yun. Energy consumption, environmental damage, kaugnay ng AI, yung seryosong mga usapin yun. At ako mismo ay meron akong kailangan talagang buksan din yung usapin ng, yung critical perspective, sa AI. Na minsan kasi parang ang pagtingin doon sa criticism parang makaluma, hindi maka-adapt sa bagong mga teknolohiya. Pero sa katunayan talaga, dapat nating ipasok talagang usapin ng ano ba yung mga maaring maging mga problema kaugnay ng AI. At siguro, dito ko na ipapasok aking main thing, bilang pagkakataon. Dati may criticism tayo sa SOCMED, Dahil ang isang problema sa SOCMED ay gumagawa siya ng data gathering, lahat ng mga data natin na pinapasok natin sa Facebook halimbawa ay nagagamit, di ba? Kapag kayo ay gumagamit ng Facebook, pumapayag na kayo na si Zuckerberg ay may control, sa malaking bahagi ng inyong mga data. Ano mang klaseng data yan? Textual data, mga graphics, pictures, lahat, ay meron silang kakayahan ng gamitin sa iba't ibang mga pamamaraan na gusto nilang gamitin, partikular sa halimbawa sa negosyo. At yung isang aspekto rin na ginagamitan nito ay surveillance. Yung isa pang aspekto na pinagagamitan nito ay manipulation ng mga elections, di ba? Na nangyari na rin dati. Kaya itong malakihang, talagang dambuhalang mga data, these heaps and mountains of data na hawak dito mga malaking mga tech giants, they can be used for not very good things. Also, may ethical aspect na dati ng question tungkol sa paggamit ng ating mga private data na in-upload natin sa social media. It's the same with AI. Na merong tayong ethical questions doon sa usapin ng kanyang paggamit, pag-appropriate, paglamon ng lahat ng posibleng ma-digitize sa daigdig. Ang tawag nga dyan ngayon ay parang digital colonialism. Parang ang tingin ay ang ating datos, ang digital information is just something that companies can take over and own. They're not private things. They're not public things. But companies can go to this place and take it over. Parang terra nullius nga dati, yung mga mananakop na Europeo, pupunta sila, wala namang tao rito. Sa atin na itong lugar na ito. Atin ng lahat ng mga bagay-bagay dito. Ganon ang naging parang pagtingin ng ating mga tech giants kaugnay ng data. They can own, control, expropriate, appropriate, gather data from you, which you didn't even allow them to gather, under different kinds of surveillance. Itong mga Google, Facebook, etc. Apple, of course, So, may mga ethical issues. So, when you talk about AI, sabihin mo, may ethical uses ba ang AI? Ethical use dapat na ginagawa natin, sasabihin ng UP. Pero ano ba, yung AI ba mismo, is it ethical? In terms of how it gathers this kind of data and appropriates it? Just a few, gigantic digital monopolies, private, controlling this kind of information. So this kind of monopolistic system, which is centralized and privatized beyond the control of the public, is a very dangerous kind of architecture behind AI. So kailangan din, tinatanong natin o kine-question natin, ang ganito, meron in-exploit yung data natin na hindi natin alam. Yung mga artists na pinapasok ang lahat ng kanilang mga poets, na pinapasok ang lahat ng kanilang poetry sa AI. Tapos sabihin mo sa AI, please write a poem like this guy, like Alan Poe pa. Tapos magsusulat siya, dahil kasi it's already eaten everything. Written by, they never even asked. Na gano'n. So, merong ganong klaseng appropriation na matindi at malawakan. Sinasabi natin, halimbawa, na yung data na yung karamihan ng data ng ating ng mga Amazon, ng Facebook, they're white data. We can say that, They're white data because most of the digitized material come from these white European societies. Sila na yung kompleto sa digitization Tayo hindi Yeah, that's white data. It's skewed for white populations and white societies, including face recognition, as we know, di ba? Pero, how do we correct this? Ipapasok natin yung data din natin. Is that the right way to correct this problem, this skewing? Ipasok natin din ang lahat ng ating data para maipaloob din tayo sa mechanisms of political control, economic surveillance, and also militarization na pinagagamitan ng ganitong teknolohiya. Look, sa Palestine na ginagamit nila AI, mga drones driven by AI, killing people, just like that. So, ito yung kailangan natin pag-isipan. Is the architecture of AI itself problematic? Are there other architectures that we can think about? Let's say decentralized public architectures, mesh-type networks, peer-to-peer systems, encrypted peer-to-peer systems na may privacy, at may localization involved, mesh, digital networks. There are other technological options. Pero ang gusto syempre ng nagpapatakbo ng mga yan, monopoly, control, domination, exploitation. So I think mahalagang pumasok sa usapin yung critique ng AI, from these kinds of point of view. Dahil hindi lang yan given, it's a human construction. People are making it and designing it.
When you have problems with Facebook design, it's a human design. Someone designed it to be addictive. Diba? And you can undesign it that way. So, kailangan natin pag-usapan ang mga issue at mga problema ng AI. Hindi yung parang, kailangan maging ethical ang AI ang paggamit natin. What is AI itself? Is it ethical in the first place?
Really, napakaganda nung nabuksan na nanausapin ni Sir Bowman at ng mga speakers natin ngayon. Paalala na when we talk about ethics, palaging user-based yung natin, na naiisip natin at it's on us. Pero yung AI ay system na may gumawa who get profit from it at kailangan din i-critique yung ethics nito mismo. At gaya nung sa banggit ni Sir Philip, bukod sa malaking possibilities kasi 3 years pa lamang, pero yung possibilities din of course yung pag-monopolize dito at yung chokehold din sa mga tao na gumagamit nito ay lumalaki rin lalo. Kaya balik din ako doon sinabi ni Sir Adrian kanina na kapag ka nag-engage dun sa mga bata at sa usapin ng pag-penalize sa kanila dun sa paggamit ng AI, case to case talaga, and you have to really have to do the legwork talaga at to wade through the mud ika nga sa pag-engage dito kasi yung users naman ay hindi sila yung kalaban din natin so to speak dito yung mga bata. Pero related to these questions po at I think itong mga set ng questions naman na ito ay nagdi-deal naman sa human versus sa AI as intelligences. May mga concerns po ang mga teachers natin na sa tingin po ba natin ay nagko-compete na ba sa ngayon with actual creative writing ang artificial intelligence? Right now po ba ay sa tingin ninyo, related to that question, nababawasan na kaya ang creativity ng mga bata mismo in the time of AI? Nawawala na kaya tayo ng human voice? Sabi ng note ng nagtanong na to, I love AI so much, I don't think I can live without it, but I'm afraid of the possibility of losing my voice. But also, ayun po so minsan naman daw po, on the other side, ay feeling daw niya ay AI can sometimes articulate judgments better than we can. That, does that mean na mas objective at mas persuasive yung AI? So I think competing intelligences between the human and the non-human, the artificial na intelligence, but also related pabalik syempre sa creative writing din po, parang at par na ba kaya yung AI din sa creative writing at may risk din kaya of losing the human voice sa panahon na ito? I think ito yung mga concerns na mga questions natin. Anyone can answer po, creativity, human intelligence, artificial intelligences. Sige po.
Siguro I can address yung question about yung kabataan ngayon, nababawasan na ba, naapektuhan ba yung kanilang kakayahang maging malikhain at mapanuri, I communicate this to my students actually. Kasi yung generation ngayon na lumalaki with AI, baka yun yung, kasi yung halimbawa yung sa social media, right? Yung generation na lumaki sa social media, talagang laging nasa phone, hindi nila mabita. Halimbawa, meron akong mga activities sa classrooms na we can't use our gadgets. Meron akong nakita mga estudyante na parang hirap na hirap. Hindi nila, kahit ilang beses kong sabihin na itago sa bag nila or sa bulsa nila, parang hindi nila magawa. Parang nakatether, nakakapit yung, nakatanikala yung kamay nila doon sa gadget nila. I bring that to their attention kasi nga lumaki sila sa gadgets. Yung susunod na generation, ano ba yung tawag sa kanila? Gen Alpha ba? Gen Alpha na lalaki sila with AI. I express this concern to my students na baka ma-compromise yung kanilang creativity at yung critical thinking just because there is this technology that is so accessible and so powerful that can think for them. So yun yung sinasabi ko sa mga estudyante ko na ayoko maging alarmist pero my anxiety is making me so na parang sinasabi ko sa kanila na itong generation na to na na-expose at lumaki sa AI baka ma-compromise yung kanilang creativity at critical thinking. And I tell my students na you guys will be the future leaders. Ayokong lumaki sa mundo or ayokong in years from now, yung mga leaders natin ay walang kakayahang mag-isip. That is what worries me with the advent of or the emergence, the burgeoning of AI. And that is why in my classrooms and earlier in my talk, I emphasized the need to do our part in ensuring that our students are thinking creatively and critically. So sana hindi maging ganong kalaki yung damage ng AI na maapektuhan yung kanilang kakayanang mag-isip. Yun lamang.
So I'll say one pessimistic thing and one optimistic thing. Do you know the firm McKinsey? They're a consulting firm, a Wall Street consulting firm, like Bain, like Deloitte. And a firm like McKinsey attracts the best talent in the world. Ivy Leaguers, they go there because they pay the top salary. And McKinsey is feeling the heat from AI. Now they're feeling the heat that the consultancy that they make billions of dollars on can be done by AI. So it's a little pessimistic because I'm thinking, here I am in the Philippines with a little college, and the top firm in the world attracting the top talent, paying the top salaries, is threatened by AI. What about me? Now the optimistic thing is, again, we're just 3 years in. Maybe we'll make a lot of mistakes. And I know that there is some investment going into producing an AI which knows it shouldn't tell you everything, which knows it shouldn't baby you, which asks you questions that provoke you. May mga AI na ganon, but they're not as big as ChatGPT and Gemini and all that. So maybe we'll get there. We'll get to an AI which knows it's dealing with a human being who shouldn't be told, who shouldn't be made lazy, a lazy thinker. Maybe we'll get there.
Doon sa usapin ng may nagsabi sa akin, try ko yung Suno, yung song generator, music generator, di ba? Ang ganda nun no? Kasi sa Spotify, di ba Spotify nga involved yan in military grade investment Anyway, AI pero yung Spotify, pagtingin natin yan ay meron sila mga naging mga top listened tracks na actually they're AI generated. Kaya sabi ng isang kaibigan ko, tingnan ko yung mga AI music song generators, di ba? They're surprisingly good, right? Tapos, like Spotify, they can tailor themselves according to your taste, right? Di ba Spotify, gano'n naman yung will you like this, etc. Ganon. Kaya nga, nangyari din, lalo tayo naging silo dahil sa mga ganyan, yung ino-offer sa atin yung parang gusto na rin natin. We never experienced something actually that's so new, that's so interesting, that changes the way that we feel or experience music. Pero look, for example, at yung ganong klaseng device, something that generates music tailored to you, di ba? According to your preferences, your taste, etc. And you feel good, listening to this. So it's like, pwede mong i-compare, it's like a designer drug. A designer drug that is tailored to your mind, to your brain, to make you happy, or something like that. Or to give you the proper emotion that you want at a particular moment. Diba? Of course, music has that thing, it makes us feel things, diba? So, halimbawa, gusto ko ng ganitong music, and it makes a whole album of it, Tapos tuwan-tuwa ka, diba? This is the way that it's feeding me this music. It's like
and there's the dopamine, etc., not coming in, di ba? So, you see, yung ganyang klaseng type, it's music as pure consumption. No? Pure consumption, pure individual consumption. So the thing is, when can we enjoy creating music, diba? Rather than simply consuming music. Ang problema sa societies natin, this consumerist society has trained us to consume music, and has frightened us from creating freely music, diba? So ang isang problema sa ganyang klaseng that's what AI feeds on. Your consumerist society. Your society that says that you consume this, consume that, this will make you feel good, this will make you cool, etc. But the most important thing, I think, is to develop an ethos of creation, diba? To feel it's not the end product. It's the fact of creating something, of writing, of music, of art. No, it's not actually, AI might even make it better than you. But the most important thing is that process, that feeling of creating, not that feeling of consumption.
So, maraming salamat po doon, an ethos of creation. Even dun sa lecture ni Sir Adrian kanina, mentioning na it's not about the product, something about the yung pagtatampok anong proseso at nung giliw, nung saya dun sa mismong proseso ng paglikha. At related doon, I think marami rin yung nagre-reflect na questions na related on that on that matter. Halimbawa po ay I think ito ay patungkol talaga sa pedagohiya ng creative writing pedagogy. Paano raw po kaya magagamit ang AI sa creative writing pedagogy? For example, or siguro sa panahon ng AI, paano pa rin po yung creative writing pedagogy natin para una, ma-enhance yung creative writing skills ng mga bata. Pangalawa, hindi lamang mere ideation yung ituturo, but actually refining yung technique. Isa po yun sa mga tanong din dito. Best practices para sa pag-iisip creatively and artistically. Halimbawa rin ay sa kaya bang ituro ng AI ang pagpapaganda ng tone or ng mood, halimbawa sa poetry. Exact na tanong po ito rito. Paano tutulong halimbawa naman po ay sa pagbabasa at siguro ang understanding ko dito sa actual reading of novels ay critical na apprehension ng nobela. Paano kung marami yung pinapagawa na genres doon sa mga bata, poetry, fiction, CNF, and plays, paano matutulungan, magagabayan creatively yung mga yung mga bata. So I think dalawang twofold na question siya. Either yung tanong ay paano makakatulong yung AI dito, or regardless ng AI, paano natin ituturo pa rin yung creative thinking na to, yung ethos ng creativity, or at least siguro localize sa inyong sariling mga classrooms. Paano po kaya ginagabayan yung ganoong pa rin na tipo ng ng pag-iisip? Creative writing as thinking, literature as thinking pa rin po. So, yun po.
In terms of creative writing, sa experience ko, parang mas magaling na critic si ChatGPT kaysa creative writer. Kapag pinakritik mo sa kanya ang isang tula, kaya niyang maayos yung kanyang critique, right? Pero kung pasusulatin mo siya ng tula, medyo iffy. Right? So I suppose makakatulong ang ChatGPT, for instance, sa if you want feedback on your poem or your short story or whatever, an essay. So in terms of critique, right? But of course there's that danger. Katulad nung nabanggit ni Sir Bowman, ang AI or ChatGPT, it's made to make us feel good. It's made to please us. Right? I don't know kung napapansin niyo kapag may pinagawa kang something, may follow-up si ChatGPT. Would you like me to create an outline for this? Would you like me to draft the opening, the opening paragraph, the introduction for this? So there is that, isa siyang malaking temptasyon. Ite-tempt ka niya, no, to create for you. Kaya nga, dapat din critical din tayo sa paggamit ng ChatGPT because dahil nga tempting siya, no, baka ChatGPT ends up making the thing for you, the output for you. No? So maging mindful sa ganong trap si ChatGPT no? Na yun nga yung proseso, the process of creation, no? Minsan inaagaw niya. Right? At dahil mahirap ang buhay natin, marami tayong ginagawa, natitempt tayo, no? So it does entail, I think, we need to be critical. We need to be careful about our use of AI such as ChatGPT. Dahil nga merong ganong pitfall na maaari tayong mahulog at hindi na natin magawa yung dapat nating gawin.
By the way, Bowman, I was looking for a way to articulate that, ng ethos of creation, consumerism creation, and thank you very much for sharing that. I haven't used AI for poetry, but I have used AI for a CNF piece I was writing for a magazine. It was on the Inferno. And I wrote all of it, 4,000 words of it, without AI. You have to believe me. Because I knew I would be tempted, so I didn't touch it. But then, to finish it, you know, when you're so sick of your own writing, you can't follow your ideas anymore. And you're sitting here, I've been 5-6 hours before this thing, I've got to finish this. And of course, the best way to do that is just to forget it in a drawer, that ancient piece of advice. Put it in a drawer, leave it there for a month, come back to it. I couldn't do that. So I talked to ChatGPT about it. And I was so believed with myself, this is about Dante, it won't get what I'm trying, but it got it immediately. So, and it helped me get through that hump by talking to ChatGPT. It was able to identify, when you have 4,000 words, you can't track your ideas anymore, but you feel in your gut, I've skipped something here. There's a missing paragraph, something should have come before, It was able to help me see those. So it can be used for creativity, but it is very tempting.
Sa akin naman, dagdag lang doon sa mga nasabi na, ay merong isang author na, matagal na to of course, pero may isang author na sa kanya mga sinusulat, isang actually academic, yung academic writing, journal, articles, ganyan, no? Sa lahat ng sinusulat niya, ginagawa niyang co-author yung pusa niya. Diba kaya highly cited yung kanya. Yung kanya hindi lang isang tao yan, may mga ibang, hindi lang isa yon ng gumawa na naging isa sa mga highly cited scientist yung kanyang pusa, May iba pa yan, I'd like to do that, Ngayon, ang isang aspect nito ay sa kaugnay ng AI is co-creation. Co-creation. To experiment with co-creation with AI. Of course, tulad sabi ko kanina, there are problems with how AI is constructed, etc. Pero pwede magkaroon ng relationship with AI, which is co-creative between two agents. You have a digital semi-intelligent or intelligent agent that helps you create something. And this kind of co-creative activity, of course, would involve something like, this thing was made by me and my cat. This thing was made by me and this agent, which I name something. So, yon ang isang posibleng pagtingin dito, na ang isang future path ng artistic
literary creation ay co-creative, co-creative work, not necessarily with human agents, but with inhuman agents, no? So that's an interesting thing, ano, na pwedeng pag-experimentuhan. Because there's this interface, ano, between us and the machine. And in this interface, you can't actually say there's a very clear line between what you create and the machine creates. There's that interaction, this interface, this dialogue on conversation that produces something. So I think that's one experimental direction in terms of how creation can continue with digital agents.
Maraming salamat po doon. Ano. I think itong ilang questions lang po ito ay na-address na, pero gusto ko lang pong basahin. Siyempre, para before ko ibato ulit sa audience natin, baka may time pa naman kasi sa 4:15 pa naman tayo. Ito ay related pa rin dun sa mas global at political na implications ng AI. I feel that AI is another space race between powers and that the global south reaps the consequences of the use of AI. It's something that I think we haven't discussed yet. At nabanggit din dito that yung problems with AI related to carbon footprints, greenhouse gases, and the environment. Nabanggit din dito na I think natin kanina with the gaps sa at na-reveal ng gaps sa AI, pero na-echo dito sa tanong na to. With the education crisis and with many students abysmal reading comprehension, wouldn't embracing AI be counterproductive? At I think as professionals in the educational sector, what's our collective stance on this? Sa pag-iisip sa AI sa mas malawak na konteksto ng development ng teknolohiyang ito sa pag-manipulate ng world economy, automation of work, building better killing machines na I think napahapayawan din natin kanina. At syempre, paghahanap sa lugar ng humanities, sa pag-develop ng humanities sa kasabay ng AI. A lot of the talks sa AI ay may kaugnayan sa sciences, sa engineering, and all these stuff na relegated natin ay sa sciences, but also hindi na put down sa table ang kung paano ang arts and humanities sa AI, which is hindi lang sa konteksto ng AI nagagamit, generally speaking, sa akademya ay naisang tabi tayo na nasa sining at humanidades. Sa puntong ito po, para hindi lamang maging mga papel yung aking binabasa, baka po sa kurso ng ating roundtable discussion ay may naisip kayo na mga bagong katanungan, mga nais na itanong sa ating mga speakers ngayong hapon. Maaari po na buksan muna natin yung hapag din para sa mga extra na katanungan ito. Anyone po? Wala na? Inaano nyo na po? Ayan po. Yeah. Ayaw ba ka dito?
Hello. Ayun. Hello. Okay. I have two questions po. My name is Mark Pilipaderan, faculty from University of Makati. Sige, unang tanong ko po, about dun sa future ng ating AI and in the creative output natin na sabi ni Sir na it can be a co-creation between man and a machine in the future. Ngayon ang tanong ko po, ano kaya yung scope at hangganan nito in the future, or siguro pwede nating pagnilayan ngayon in the present para makonsider natin yung ownership nitong output na to with the hybridity of the creative output. Yun po yung unang tanong ko. And then yung pangalawa naman po is that in terms of teaching these creative output na to with the integration of AI, ang advice kanina is slow down natin kasi masyadong mabilis yung fast pace yung ating AI. Ngayon, if we want to teach the students to become human, then we have to help them to slow down and rethink about things, diba, na para mag-isip sila creatively. However, ang tanong ko po dito is, papaano po kaya natin Kasi meron din tayong i-consider like yung syllabus natin, yung timeline natin sa pagtuturo ng mga topics na dapat tapusin. How do we balance things? Titingnan po ba natin yung valuing aspect o yung quantity na dapat matutunan ng mga estudyante in terms of teaching the creative outputs? Thank you.
So yun po, no? Questions about ownership, authorship, na na-raise dun sa unang tanong, and pagbabalance out ng multiple na trabaho natin bilang mga guro po, yung pangalawang katanungan.
Dahil doon sa usapin nga nung na-pose na problem ng co-creation with AI agents, gusto ko lang mag-comment doon. Kasi sa ating kasulukuyang kalagayan, malinaw na ang ating mga AI ay pag-aari ng mga dambuhalang korporasyon na pribado, di ba? Na hina-harvest yung data natin. Ginagamit para sa kanilang mga negosyo, di ba? Ngayon, halimbawa, meron kang nagawang nobela, di ba, na makina ni Mang Turing, pero kalahati ay gawa ng AI at kalahati gawa mo. Ngayon, papasok nga yung problema, is this just a problem of acknowledging? Insofar as yung ating mga academic journal articles are concerned at present, kapag may submit kayo na academic journal sa ating article sa inyong academic journals, ang minimum na hinihingi sa atin ay ilagay natin doon na gumamit tayo ng AI. Di ba? Hindi ko lang alam kung aabot sa punto na ilalagay natin sa ating co-author yung ChatGPT o hindi. Pero may minimum na hindi pinapagbawal. Ang paggamit ng AI dahil nga yan ay bahagi ng teknolohiya ngayon, di ba? Bahagi na nakapagpapayaman o nakapag-ambag, nakapagpalalim doon sa diskurso. So pwedeng basta ma-acknowledge. Okay yun. So yun yung isang aspect. Pero kapag halimbawa, isang produkto, nobela na bebenta ng maraming kopya, di ba? So pwedeng singilin ka ngayon, Nina Altman, sabihin na, ginamit. Dapat hati tayo sa profits. Dahil ginamit mo si ganito. O si Grok. So my novel is co-authored. It's a Bowman and Grok novel. Ganyan. So I have to pay. Sino yun? Who owns Grok? Elon Musk. So I have to pay Elon Musk. Billion na pera niya. Nabayaran ko pa yung hype na yun. For that. Ngayon, kaya nga ang importante dito ay yung ating tinataguyod din naman. Tinataguyod dito sa Universidad ng UP, open source, open data. And basically, dapat yan yung ethos na gagabay sa AI in the long term. Open data, open source. Para ang produkto ng AI ay isang commons. Isang bagay na kapaki-pakinabang para sa buong sangkatauhan. At hindi para sa iilan lamang na pagkakakitaan ng iilan. Kaya kung open source, open data yan, magagamit natin sa iba't ibang mga creative purpose. For any free, creative activity. Diba? Kaya yung mga setup ng future setup, kailangan natin pag-isipan kaugnay ng ganitong klase mga technological configuration. May struggle ngayon sa UP. Meron kaming bagong kakapasok lamang na office, Vice President for Digital Transformation. Siguro sa inyo, meron ng ganyan, Vice President for Digital. Nakausap ko siya ng isang araw. Sabi niya, Bowman, hirap na hirap kami dito. Kasi ang inaano ko, mga open source na software. At ganyan-ganyan, Parang walang gustong gumamit. Dito, gusto pa rin nilang bilhin yung mga mamahalin, na mga software. So, may struggle talaga para may taguyod yung open data at saka open source. Pero, kung wala yan, mangyayari sa AI, will be under the control of corporations, forever. If this is how AI continues to function. Ngayon, yung isa pang nabanggit doon sa kaugnay ng mga humanities guys, na usually excluded tayo sa conversation. Like for example, member ako ng kakatayo lamang na Intelligence Systems Center. So we have a new center office here, Intelligence System Center. Sa pangalan pa lang makita yung intelligence systems,
ito may kinalaman sa mga AI things, no? So affiliate ako nitong ISC na to. Pero meron silang iba't ibang mga offices at desks, but they don't have a digital humanities desk. I argued with them about this. Why don't we have a digital humanities desk? Because they don't think it's important. So because then no one will take it seriously. Ano? You seriously kapag wala kayong specific section na digital humanities. No, puro mga inhinyero lang talaga ang magkatrabaho dito sa ISC. So pero wala pa rin hanggang ngayon. So nando talaga yung upward battle, no, to really put humanities there, no, in the center of this kind of conversation.
There are entrepreneurs who have grabbed that opportunity, like how to tell how much of a document is a human author's and how much of a document is AI's. Grammarly, for example, sells, I think it's called AI fingerprint. And it can produce a report, how much is AI, how much is the human beings. But then perhaps authorship is not as simple as a percentage. If it's 60% AI and 40% me, does that mean that AI is the primary author? Maybe not. Especially in creative writing, like attributing how much of the work belongs to it's not as simple as counting words from human beings and from AI.
Gusto kong sagutin yung tanong mo, Mac, tungkol sa slowing down. Paano ba natin may incorporate ang slowing down sa pagtuturo natin? I'm thinking kasi, there are different ways, of doing that. But for me, it entails reflection, observation, noticing, conversation. So anytime na meron tayong activities sa classroom na nagkakaroon ng diskurso, nagkakaroon ng pag-uusap, and even when students do journal writing, essay writing, these are moments when they think and when they reflect, right? I am reminded, because I'm taking my PhD now, just a few weeks ago for one of my classes, our professor required us to do a walking tour of Manila Bay. So yung mga kakaklase ko, tatlo kami, naglakad kami mula CCP complex hanggang Dolomite Beach. Our task was really to engage in the art of noticing, to examine Rojas Boulevard, Manila Bay as an extractive zone, and to notice, the different communities that are marginalized, affected, exploited by, by the reclamation of that area. I think that's an example of slowing down. Na naglalakad lang kami kahit ang init ng araw na yun. Pero na-enjoy ko kasi nakapag-isip ako at talagang I paid attention to, meron dong sa Rojas Boulevard may mga nag-aano ng massage, may mga nagbebenta ng tilapia, may sari-sari store, may mga may mga nagba-basketball doon, may mga sa Dolomite Beach, may mga basura, may mga public toilets na bawal gamitin ng mga tao, ng public, which is weird, But it made me think about my childhood. I grew up in Parañaque, in BF Parañaque, and we would, every day we would drive from along Sucat Road, from Parañaque papuntang Pasay kasi nandun yung Chinese school kung saan ako nag-aral. I remember when I was a child, may mga irasan doon, salt farms, which was, one of the main industries in the, matagal na, in the 20th century hanggang, that was the 80s and 90s. Meron pang mga natitirang salt farms. Ngayon wala na at all. Na-delete na dahil sa reclamation, And after that activity, I was able to write a poem about my childhood and really reflecting on what happened to these salt makers, salt farmers. So that's what I'm thinking, na anytime that there's an opportunity for our students to just reminisce, think, observe, reflect, I think it's a form of slowing down na magandang panlaban sa, yun nga, sa social media, sa bilis ng AI, sa bilis ng technology, etc. So yun, sana nakatulong.
Maraming salamat po. Ayun man, paumanhin, medyo naubusan po tayo ng oras ngayon. May mga tanong pa po rito, pero syempre may sessions pa po tayo bukas at maaari pong itanong itong mga questions dito sa mga speakers natin doon. I think magandang note po na tapusin itong day 1 natin sa mga nabanggit ng speakers natin ngayon. Yung nabanggit na pag-drive towards the commons ni Sir Bomen, yung pag-question halimbawa din ni Sir Philip doon sa paano mo ba nga quantify ang authorship based sa sa words, sa number of words, sa kung aling part dito yung salita mo, alin yung hindi. At syempre yung paalala na baka yung usapin ng authorship ay hindi lamang natin dapat questionin sa especially in creative writing at sa literature sa context ng AI, pero yung individual na authorship ay something na tinatakal din natin pre-AI din naman, at yung possibility of creating talaga collaboratively, creating beyond the bounds ng ng individual na authorship lamang, at marahil at sa maraming pagkakataon nakukuha talaga natin yon ay syempre sa komunidad, sa pag-slow down, sa paglalakad, sa pagpapaligoy-ligoy, at sa mabagal na pagpapaligoy-ligoy. Kasi doon din nagkakaroon ng entry points, ng touch points sa maraming mga tao, at doon naman sa touch points na ito, nagkakaroon ng potential for both politics and creation. So maraming salamat po muli sa ating mga tagapagsalita sa araw na ito, Dr. Ramon Guillermo, Dr. Philip Peckson, Professor Adrian Ho. Doon po natin tatapusin ang roundtable discussion. Pero bago po iyon, may ilan po tayong paalala para sa session po natin kinabukasan. So, Ayo?
Hello po. Salamat, partner. Hello po. So again, maraming salamat po sa inyong very attentive na pakikibahagi sa ating first day pa lang ng ating seminar work ng Gemino Abad Seminar Workshop. So for sure, bukas mas marami pa tayong ma-unravel na mga bagay or mga ideas and thoughts natin about how we use AI and how we integrate it to our everyday life. So bago ang ating mga government responsibilities, So, ilang reminders lang para sa ating mga susunod na workshop. So, for tomorrow's session, day 2 natin with Mr. Carl Joe Javier, we are going to ask each participant to have at least one chatbot downloaded or loaded up on your browsers. Tapos, for day 3 naman po with Dr. Christine Ronaldo, mayroon pong handout na isasend sa inyo si Miss Rona para mabasa po natin tomorrow, and then prepared na po tayong i-digest siya by day 3 natin on the 21st. 29th. Sorry, nasa last week pa po ako kasi I'm slowing down. So, yun po. Maraming salamat po. So, para po sa posterity, dahil ito po ay isang government activity pa rin po, tayo po ay humarap sa likod para sa isang photo op. Ang ating panelist, lipat na lang po tayo doon. Para sa everyone else, tingin lang po tayo sa likod. Ayan po. Kahit nakaupo na lang po tayo, parang kitang-kita po ang lahat. Yes po. Let's... Camera po. Ayan po. Miss Mads. Ayan, nag-ready lang po tayo. Video po muna.